Good morning to windy and cool South Texas. We'll call the meeting to order, if you would, and I ask you to rise as Pastor Bob Bailey with Southside Community Church is going to lead us in the invocation, and Alan Carlos, Assistant Director of Information Technology, is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So, Pastor?
All right, let us pray. Our Father, we thank you for the privilege we have of living in this very special city. We thank you for the brave men and women in the police department and fire department and other first responders who are protecting us today. We pray that you would keep them safe. We thank you for our mayor, for our city council, for our city manager, city secretary, and we pray that you would give us all wisdom today as we talk about and discuss and decide on issues that could be very tense and volatile. Father, we pray that you would give us a calm spirit as we discuss so that we can make very wise and rational decisions. We pray for great wisdom today and that you be glorified. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, one state under God, one indivisible.
Well, thank you very much. There will be a public comment time at 12 o'clock. If you haven't signed in, the sheet's in the back of the room there. Ask City Secretary to please call the roll.
Mayor Joe McComb.
Here.
Council members Roland Barrera. Rudy Garza.
Here.
Paulette Guajardo. Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Here.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
All right. We don't have any proclamations or commendations, so let's go to the city manager's report and update on city operations.
Okay, great. Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. Just a couple of things this morning, starting with water. So I wanted to bring to our attention that we recently received a quality award from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention on our water that we produce here for 500,000 people in the Coastal Bend region. So the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention is awarding the city of Corpus Christi with the Water Fluoridation Quality Award. It has to do with fluoride in our water. This award recognizes communities in Texas that maintain a consistent level of optimally fluorinated water through 2018, to that calendar year. For 2018, over 1,600 public water systems in 30 states received this award, including 55 public water systems, which we're one of. And so the community water fluoridation has been recognized by the CDC as one of the 10 great public health achievements of the 20th century. And we know that fluoriding water is one of the most effective public health measures to prevent tooth decay. So just want to highlight that we have an award for making sure our water has that fluoride and helping our kids and adults in terms of dental. And then also, still sticking with water, an update for you on the America's Water Infrastructure Act. In late 2018, Congress approved and the President signed into law America's Water Infrastructure Act. I don't know if anybody heard of that before? Yes, right. It's not too well known, but in our water department, they're aware of it. The law requires that water systems serving more than 3,300 people develop risk assessment and emergency response plans for their water systems. And the purpose of this assessment is to make sure that we can head off any malevolent acts and natural hazards. Also making sure the resilience of the pipelines and the constructed conveyances to include physical barriers, source water, water collection, and intake are in good shape, and that the security systems for them. Making sure we have monitoring practices in place for our water system, making sure we have financial infrastructure sound for our water system, and then optimizing and maintenance and maintaining of the system. So the city of Corpus Christi previously has had this risk assessment. It was conducted in 2003 and 2008, but the city must certify that our risk and resilience assessment is completed by March of 2020, next spring, for this new year. So the team has been working through those federal regulations to make sure that we meet that federal act. It's just another step in ensuring that we have high-quality water system for our customers that we serve. Let me talk to you about something a little closer out of Washington, but a little closer here, which is our West Side Area Development Plan. There's a community meeting and an open house coming up. The city is in the process of updating our West Side Area Development Plan. The West Side area is one of 9 planning districts in the city. It's located partially in 3 council districts, District 1, District 2, and District 3. The West Side study area is roughly located west of Crosstown Expressway, east of South Padre Island, south of the Ship Channel, and then north of Oso Creek. So it's a pretty large geographic area. The first update, this will be the first update to this plan since 1989 when it was first developed. So it's an important plan to have. The plan guides us, the city and the city council and the community on future development and investments, and it will provide specific recommendations concerning transportation, utilities, parks, environmental assets, housing, and neighborhoods. So the planning department, along with our consultant on this project, Fries and Nichols, will be holding an open house and a community meeting this coming Thursday, December 12th, a couple of days from today. It'll be at Martin Middle School on Greenwood Drive. And it will be from the hours of 5:30 to 8. And so we encourage the council and the community, the public, to come out. There'll be a brief presentation at 6 o'clock made by our consultants and staff. And then the main purpose of the event, though, is to collect community input. So it's a showing of what we're doing, but it's also we need to receive input to make the plan viable. So we'll be receiving community input, and we'll be identifying a vision for the future for the West Side area, in part through these activities this Thursday. The goal is to identify the area's strengths and challenges, as well as resident priorities for the area. So we encourage the residents to come on out, and if the council can stop by as well, we'd think that'd be real beneficial. And then just real quick for the final one, conclusion on concluding with public safety. You may have seen some of the ads either by fire stations or on Facebook or on some of the city's website, but both the police and fire departments, as we routinely do every year, are recruiting for our uniform positions. And this is more so for the public to make sure in case there's somebody out there that wants to become a police officer for the city of Corpus Christi or a firefighter. Both departments are actively recruiting for police and fire cadets for their academies. One will start in 2020, the police academy, and then 2021 will be the fire academy. Currently, the police department has hosted a practical physical exam test. On December 7th, they did that, and over 50 people were invited to participate in this. The police department also will be hosting a women in policing seminar after the holidays to increase diversity within the city. One of the goals in our police as well as fire department is to have diversity in those police officers and firefighters, both male, female, but other ethnicity diversity as well. The tentative start date for the police academy is July 13, and eligible questionnaires for candidates are being accepted. Questionnaires for candidates are being accepted through Friday, March 13. The fire department will be hosting a recruitment event at Brooks African Methodist Episcopalian Workshop Center located on Port Avenue. That'll be this Thursday. I've worked with the fire chief to see how we can recruit more diverse candidates in the fire cadets. And so this is one example of one of the measures he's taken, is getting out into the community to see if we can recruit more African Americans. So we'll be at this African Methodist Church Thursday, December 12 at 6 p.m. And they'll be hosting future events as well across the city to increase diversity in recruitment in their area. And I believe, Mayor and Council, that concludes my remarks for this morning.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I'd like to, at this time, since we got a chance before we get to the public comment period, move item number 38. That's a presentation on our project on trying to make sure that we've got an adequate and uninterruptible water supply. And I think staff is going to make that presentation. So we'll move you up so that you don't have to sit here the rest of the day waiting to make that presentation. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. Dan Grimsbo, Executive Director of Water Utilities. Mayor, I appreciate the move up to some degree. Steve Ramos, who would be providing this presentation, is in the car on his way, so I'll do the best I can. We'll pull up the presentation. It should be really fairly quick. We've provided several presentations in the past. All right. Council has received a number of presentations in the past year. Today's presentations, we will discuss the ongoing activities and the next steps. Our goals for this particular project remain the same: to lower risk and reduce the unknowns, and in this case, project risk. Also to provide a drought-resistant water supply for the region. Right now, our major tasks are facility siting, which is ongoing, financing, which is ongoing, permitting, and outreach. This slide shows what we completed to date and what we continue to work on. The team is on task and on schedule. Key memos such as source water characterization, candidate site selection, and preferred sites have been completed. We have met with our outside legal counsel regarding water right permits, which had occurred just on December 5th. And to continue on, the final key parts of the permit application are ongoing. The permit application will be submitted in January 2020, and the abridged loan application to the Texas Water Development Board for design and construction will also be submitted on January 27th. The bridge loan application, in this particular case, closes on the 3rd of February 2020. Some of the other key factors that we're working on: we continue to work on our discharge water modeling, our water quality sampling, and again, we're looking at land acquisition for development, lease, or and persons or options. And a big one is continued outreach as ongoing. With that in mind, this slide shows some of the outreach that's been done by multiple people, talking to several key stakeholders, other cities, and permitting agencies. So it's important to point out each of these areas, and you can see it's quite a lengthy list on here of people we've outreached and talked with about this particular project. So as for next steps, we will work to complete the raw water sampling. The discharge water modeling will be ready for the permit application, and submittal of land acquisition is moving forward. We're going to continue to refine cost, and staff will, staff will need approval of a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign a permit application for water rights diversion and discharge permits. This resolution will also authorize the payment of the application fees for these given permits. This resolution will be presented to council at the next council city meeting. So next week we'll present the resolution for approval by council. As part of the application process to update the we'll also have to update the water conservation plan And lastly, the submittal of the Texas Water Development Board loan application for construction and design for the Inner Harbor Channel is moving forward. I would say, in summary, we're on schedule and we're moving forward at a steady and focused pace. And then standing by for any questions.
Well, thank you very much. Anyone, Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Grimsbow. You mentioned that we're going to do a loan application. Now, this council, we set some criteria for when we start construction. So could you explain what's going to trigger our start of construction and why are we going for the loan application?
Well, the trigger, which was presented to council October, I think it was listed in here, sometime in October, indicated when the water demand for the region gets to be 75%, we have to look at moving to a new water source. And in this case, the focus is a desalination plant. So the loan application, which will take about a year, along with permitting, is for the process of moving forward, because we have technically met that 75%. We're probably just a hair under, but close enough to say that we need to move forward with the next water source. And again, in this case, desalination has the front and center and the lead on the process. So the loan application is in anticipation for the construction, which is 2023 time frame, 2022, start getting design going. So I think we're well on our way to making that happen.
Okay, so we're at 75% of safe yield.
Steve?
For the record, my name is Steve Ramos, Water Resource Manager, Water Utilities. We're about 58 with the new development coming on. We'll be close to that 72, 73, and that's already the Exxon and the Steel Dynamics Corporation coming in. That's about 30 MGD, million gallons a day. So we'll be close to that 75. We'll be about 73, 74.
But we're not there.
With those new companies coming in, we'll be
We're
really
not
close.
75.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez?
Thank you. Okay, we have not authorized anything to build anything, okay? And, for us to sit here and look at committing millions of dollars to build something when we have other options and we're not even talking about them, the ideal situation is we get a permit, give it to a company and offer them to buy water, let them go finance it. Let's not put that that debt on our ratepayers. Why are we not even talking about that?
So you're right. We don't have permission to go for full construction. What we do have permission for is to move forward with permit citing and the loan application. That was approved by direction from the City Council. There are no closed doors, Council Member. When we get to that point of RFP, once we know that we can get permits, that the land is available, and that the loan is a possibility to move forward if we want to go that direction, then when we put out an RFP, I think those opportunities will then start surfacing on what direction that the city can go.
Well, we're basically limiting what can be done, because if we're permitting for a specific location, that prevents any company from permitting a separate location within that time frame, because we'll already have the permit. And then if you put too many permits, they may not be able to get a permit somewhere else. So looking at just from the perspective of what we're doing, we're almost limiting it to be at the site we select and with the permits we get. Is that correct?
I think there's room in there that if a developer wanted to come in, there is no reason they couldn't pursue a permit as we are pursuing a permit. We want to put the city in a good position to be able to move forward and not looking at getting a permit up front and ensure that we don't have any fatal flaws along the way is prudent for the city to move forward with,
So
whether we have somebody else come to us or not.
Well, let me make this perfectly clear. I am not a proponent of putting a desal plant, which we don't know how to operate, we've never done before, and is a very specific thing to do, upon us as a city to do, especially since it would be the first one that would be for municipal water supply. It would be better for us to contract with do a public-private partnership, give a long-term contract to purchase water from a company and let them build it. Let them take that contract to a bank and borrow the money so that debt is not on our ratepayers. And if they don't provide us water, we don't pay. So it would be the better process to do that instead of putting all that debt on our utility ratepayers. So just from the onset, I will not vote for anything that, I mean, we need to have that option, and we need to be able to really go after that and not pretend like we're going after it.
Well, I can certainly direct that to the city manager.
If I can, so Councilman, I'm going on month 7 here, but I think the council has spent a lot of time in the past 4 years or so, 2 to 4 years, on getting to the place where we're at. So there's been numerous conversations with the council and workshops and an executive session and council meetings where decisions were made for the city to pursue a permit. And the number of sites with the consultant and with the council started at something like 30. It was reduced down to 15, down to the final 4, down to the final 2. And so what Dan has updated you on is the matter of business course that the council has set us on the path forward, the full council as the body. There may be differing opinions from each council member, but as a body, the council said we want to pursue permitting for these exact 2 locations, and that's
No, he's correct. You're
Right.
very correct in that statement. But what I'm saying is lip service to that option and not really pursuing it. Then are we really being truthful to our constituents about what we're doing? So I want to make sure that it's perfectly clear that we are going to be pursuing actively that option, so we don't put that amount of cost onto our ratepayers, because it costs us a lot more to build something than it does the private industry, 3 times as much, because of the cumbersome of our processes. Plus, realistically, it's a very unique expertise in terms of desal. So I want to make sure that we are really going after those types of options, so we're spending the money wisely.
Right, and as at the last workshop or the last presentation at council, what was known as that triggers presentation, I believe the mayor and several council members spoke to the fact that step's coming. This step that we're at is the permitting and the real estate. We haven't even got to the option step, so the decision point
like I said, are we limiting that option?
We're not, because we're not at that point. We haven't even talked about what are the methods to procure or develop or construct the desal plants. That'll come soon. I don't know when it's coming, but that'll be a big conversation with the council and the community at a later date in the near future.
Okay, and
what
I want
we're talking about today is just 2 things: the site acquisition and the permitting. That course goes this way. Then eventually we'll be to the point where we can talk about how do we build these? Do we do it? Does the private sector do it? And
Okay.
So on. Yeah.
So to that point, I want to reiterate something the mayor said at our last council meeting, or at our workshop. We have an issue with the EPA that the consent agreement that could be up to $1 billion. I think the mayor said, if you look at what he said in the workshop, that we would be required to put on our utility rates to fix all the infrastructure associated with wastewater. Because that's still hanging over us, we can't use that debt capacity for desalinization if there's another option to do it where we don't put it on the ratepayers for debt, that we could use that capacity for wastewater or whatever we have the consent agreement with the EPA. I think we should take that in consideration as to what our capacity is as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Councilman.
Anyone else? All right, well, thank you. I think we're moving forward based on what the years of studies have been, and at some point we'll reach that we'll have to pull the trigger and make a decision, but I think we got to keep the process going, and I think you've done the yeoman's work over the period of time. It takes time to get something and get it right, so appreciate it. You have anybody else that want to make a comment or anything? Mr. Garza?
My comment is along the lines of Councilman Smith. And again, we had a conversation about the trigger points. And I just think that every time that we're going to come to a decision point, we should be brought up with exactly where we're at in terms of supply and demand. You're already assuming that both SDI, Steel Dynamics, and the Exxon project, is going to take us up to that threshold where we have to make that decision. Previous history has that some of the other industrial projects have not used the water that they've originally projected to use. So I just want to make sure that when we make that decision and we start spending money moving in this direction, that we've got the best information we can have that's up to date, because my memory is not as good as it used to be a bunch of years ago, and I don't remember exactly where we were with the last presentation we had in October. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Anything else? All right, well, we appreciate it, and we'll keep our eyes and ears open and look forward to it. I don't think we have time to get to our board and commission. Have you got, where'd Ms. Huerta go? Oh, there she is. Have you got your list from the public comment? We'll start a minute or two early. Well, let's get started there because it's 12 o'clock, so rather than get into the next section of it.
Mr. Risley, you want to begin?
Comments will be limited to city-related matters. There will be no questions of council or staff. Cell phones must be turned off, and there will be no loud talking or other loud noises.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm City Secretary Rebecca Huerta. I'll be conducting the public comment period today. I'd like to remind everyone that a recording is made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address. If you choose to speak during this public comment period regarding an item on the agenda, you may do so. You will not be allowed to speak again, however, when the council is considering the item. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. On the podium, you'll see a timer underneath the base of the microphone. It will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. Once your time is up, a buzzer will go off, and then you can conclude your comments. If you have a petition or any information pertaining to your subject, please present it to the city secretary. And with that, we'll start public comment. The first person on the list is Edward Marinas. Edward, I think it's Marinas, on Mary Street.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Edward Marines. I live at 2323 Mary. I'm here because we've discussed the issues about the homeless shelter coming into Lamar Elementary School area. And we already brought out our voice where it's real dangerous. We're still continuing, and it's still going to continue to happen. We had a speech with the chairmen. They all decided that they opposed to it. I got threatened by an individual, and it's pretty sad where nobody has come around to try to help me as a civilian. I am here actually to oppose on that case again. You know, I picked up a lot of petitions, and people from my city are saying, don't bring it into this neighborhood. Just put it somewhere else, you know, from the city, not just my neighborhood. So I wanted to bring this all to y'all's attention. Please take it in consideration that we're not happy about this coming into our neighborhood. Thank you, sir.
Next is Dolores Marinas.
Good morning. I'm Miss Marines, and I'm here to oppose for the shelters, the homeless shelter on 19th Street. For me, it's not safe. I don't feel safe. There's a lot of drugs and prostitutes, and I don't feel safe. Thank you.
Jose Martinez.
Yo vivo ahí en La Mari y ahí hay mucha droga y queremos a ver si una limpia allí de eso. Gracias.
Okay,
Sir?
we need to translate that, Mayor. Señor,
Señor Martínez.
Mr. Martinez, yeah. Mr. Martínez, I'm sorry. Puede, es que no lo entendieron en español, pero yo le puedo decir qué dijo, para que sepan. You got it? Okay.
Explícales otra vez lo que estabas diciendo.
Yo vivo ahí en La Mari y hay mucha droga allí.
He lives in the Lamar area and there's a lot of drugs there.
Queremos que a ver si se acaba eso allí.
And he would like for the council also not to support that issue either because he's a long-term resident and taxpayer.
No puede uno salir porque hay mucha droga allí y hay muchos malos allí.
He said he can't come out to his front yard or to his sidewalk anymore because there's a lot of crime. It's pretty bad in his neighborhood, so he's afraid to come out.
Gracias.
He said thank you.
Flow East.
Flow East, 1605 Yorktown. Honorable Mayor and Council, I have hand-delivered invitations to the opening ceremonies for the Nueces County Junior Livestock Show. So you can't say you didn't get an email or a text and you don't know about it. All of you have children that are exhibitors in this stock show. We are planning a phenomenal year. We're going to be live streaming. That's going to be new to the show this year. So the time has changed a little bit. That's why I hand-delivered the letter. But please come out, have breakfast, join us. Mayor, we'd love for you to say a few words. I know you've been on the board, been a huge supporter of the Nueces County Junior Livestock Show. So I know we're going to see all of you there in your boots and jeans. And I can't wait for you to come out and see what a great show it is. Thank you so much.
Shirley Thornton.
Shirley Thornton, 1917 Woodcrest Drive, Flower Bluff. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, council members. First, thank you for your service. I'm here today for two reasons: to address you as the president of the Flower Bluff Citizens Council, and then just as myself, an individual taxpayer. First, on behalf of the Flower Bluff Citizens Council, I respectfully request your attendance at our January 13th general meeting, which will be held at 6 p.m. at Grace Community Church in Flower Bluff. We extend this invitation to Mr. Zanoni and his staff and to Chiefs Markle and Rocha as our residents come together to launch the Respect FB campaign. We also will be electing 4 new directors and will review the work that's been done since the FBC started in 2016. And we're going to be brainstorming more ways to make the Flower Bluff community better. We hope you'll join us so that you can listen to the people and learn firsthand what the needs and wants of the community are. And we hope you'll be in attendance. Second, as myself, I have, of course, heard of the proposed North Beach Canal. When I first saw the promo video many months ago, I was in awe of the whole idea. What a project. What city wouldn't want something like that? But truth is, because I live far from North Beach, I haven't really kept up with all that's been happening. Recently, it came to me and came up in private conversation in the media. So I watched a video of the county and city leaders in a workshop setting discussing the building of the canal. Projects like this will always create differences of opinion, passionate appeals, and even a little name-calling. None of that part of the meeting really affected me. It's just part of the process. What did affect me was the way some folks frowned at what I thought were the most important questions asked by council and city staff. Now, I'm going to paraphrase. I just kind of put it all together. Here are the questions that I heard that I thought were important. Number 1, what's the real cost to the city? Number 2, how will the project be funded? Number 3, will the project accomplish the stated goals? And number 4, will there be public information meetings throughout the city for everyone who may be incurring the cost of this? These questions will have to be answered, I think, and I thank all of you who made it a point to ask them at that workshop. That's what I call being a good steward. To the good people of North Beach, I want you to know that I wish you the best. I really love it when people care enough about where they live to work hard and make it better. Know that I am praying that all who have a hand in this project will seek the will of our Heavenly Father first, so that the decisions made reflect His will. His is the only opinion that really matters when it's all said and done. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Guy Watts.
Thank you so much. Let me thank all of you and other leaders in this community. Let's face it, we live in an exciting time. You know, you look at the high bridge going over the port getting more rich in terms of economic growth. The streets all over this community that are being improved, including the residential streets, the education that is expanding. You look at the Veterans Memorial off of Rodfield Road. Del Mar College new Southside campus that I proposed way back in 2011, now on Yorktown Road. Well, what is the key reason why I'm being here today? Like the mayor was at every meeting of the Regional Transportation Committee, and the key one to me that I wanted to emphasize to you all is the intersection of Rodfield Road and Yorktown. If you will stand there and look south, to the right, there's going to be Veterans Memorial, Del Mar College. Across the way is going to be businesses. On the left, the Brazelton homes and then new homes coming in, Flower Bluff. And you stop and look south, you realize the importance of extending Rodfield Road southward to Oso Creek, and the importance of working with the state to get a bridge going across that creek. And then the key thing is working with King Ranch to make sure there is a very legitimate development of King Ranch. But all of this boils down to, following the meetings that both the mayor and I have been at, is when. When will be the decision made? Because you all are the ones that will make the decision. And so let me emphasize the importance, choose when to extend Rodfield Road over Oso Creek and into King Ranch. Thank you.
Constance C. on Fenway.
Dear City Council, thank you for allowing me to speak regarding animal care in Corpus Christi. Bullet number 1, signage is awful for our dog shelters. Bullet number 2, Hollywood Road, sign reads, Valerial Animal Hospital. No one knows this is not an animal hospital for care. It's an adoption facility. Bullet number 3, we need to allow adoption of dogs who have been taken in drug seizures or raids. Some are sweet and kind. They are not guilty of selling or doing drugs. An example, one Rottweiler I witnessed this year, our director of the dog pound currently refused to allow adoption of the Rottweiler to a 70-year-old grandfather and his granddaughter, simply because he had the unfortunate situation of having been confiscated in a drug raid. He was killed at our shelter. Outrageous. City Council, please appropriate funds for new signage on Holly Road to encourage dog adoptions, not killings, and allow dogs who have been in drug seizures to be adopted, not killed. They weren't doing drugs. They weren't selling drugs. Also, lastly, if you allow me to say this, please allow me to be on a city animal commission when it's guaranteed to be allowed and financed. Thank you for your time, everyone, and for animal care. Thank you.
Juan Cantu. Juan Cantu.
Good morning. My name is Juan Cantu, and my address 3302 Surfside Boulevard. And thank you, Council, and thank you, Mayor, City Manager, and the public for allowing me to come up here and speak today. As in the past 2 or 3 meetings, I have come here in support of trying to build the Grand Canal project proposal on North Beach. As we know, the project will benefit many people. It'll benefit the TERS, it'll benefit the sewage, the rainwater, all the problems that have accumulated in North Beach over the years. Because I moved back to Corpus Christi, and I really hadn't gotten involved very much. But I've been doing some research, and I tell myself, Exxon headquarters, HEB headquarters, Whataburger headquarters, Hager's men's clothing in Robstown, Landry's development proposal, and many others that are gone. And not are they only gone. With that, we lost tax money, jobs, careers, and which is not good for Corpus Christi. So that leads me to say to talk about North Beach. For the past 50, 70 years, I don't know, I grew up here, I went to school here, I came back. It appears to me that our city leaders have abandoned North Beach and really abandoned it. We have problems with rainwater and for everything else. And I ask myself, it's like a dark cloud over North Beach that always leads to the oppression of trying to help the situation and the help that North Beach really needs. Not only for North Beach, but also for the residents, the Lexington, and the aquarium. We got to remember all the visitors that come and go. So I pray that today, you councilmen, mayor, and city manager will envision what can happen in the future with this canal, because it's not only going to benefit the people from there, it's going to benefit everybody. There's people that come here from all over the country, and then some more. And with that, I know I'm getting close in time, so I'll make it real short. I just would like to say that I have heard 2 or 3 different numbers as to the cost of this canal. I wish that we would all come together and talk about the real cost of the canal, which is about, I believe it was like 41 million. So thank you all for letting me speak here today. You all have a good afternoon.
Mayor, we have 38 people signed up today, so just to make everyone aware of the time constraints I guess we're going to be under, just to so I can enforce that 3-minute, because otherwise we're going to be here a while. Yes, please. Okay, Dennis Patel.
Well, Dennis Patel, 710 Buffalo Street. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you for the council and the mayor for discussing this important topic, which is the drainage on North Beach. So the drainage on North Beach has been an issue for quite some time now. I think that the canal is an excellent solution, a very cost-effective solution to knocking out like 5 birds with 1 stone, which is you get a drainage solution, you get structural development, you get beautification of the area, you get a boost in tourism, and also you get a boost in economic development. I can say that SCCBH LLC, if the canal goes through, we will build a new hotel and we will build a new restaurant as well. And I think that will create jobs, that'll create good opportunities for people in the community, and it'll help the area grow. And I hope that you guys make the progressive decision today to handling this issue that's been so discussed greatly. And I hope you dedicate and certify the funds to make this canal happen. Thank you.
Joel Mumford.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor, my city councilman, Mr. Barrera. I'm here to speak on behalf of the homeless shelter. The people in that area are taxpayers. They are people. Please don't forget about them and abandon them. They don't want to live where they have to stay up late at night, worry about someone breaking into their house. Liquor bottles, beer cans along the sidewalks. The kids can be safe in the neighborhoods. Please consider the location. The concept is great. To find a homeless shelter for the homeless, the concept is great. We're not knocking that. It's just think about the residents in that area. It's been abandoned, forgotten about, just like Hillcrest. I came out of Hillcrest. You know what happened in Hillcrest. So please don't abandon the people in the Lamar area. As I said, they are people. Mr. Garza, you've been on the council for a while. Mr. McCone, you've been mayor and city leader for a while in this city. Ms. Corjado, your father-in-law, very instrumental in the area. But please don't forget about this area. I drive through there on a daily basis. The Catholic Church, St. Joseph, the barber shop, the old city bakery. This is where our former chief of police, Henry Garrett, was born. HEB was there, the old wrestling match. Some of y'all may not know that. I'm 60 years old. I know the history of that area. Those are fine, outstanding people. They want to live. I don't think y'all would want homeless people to move next door to you. You be in my position right here says no, no, no. So all we just asking is that find a place that's comfortable, that's not in a residential area. We're not saying homeless people are terrible people. We have some fine, outstanding home people that just need a little push and a help. Some of them have engineer's degrees. You'd be surprised. I was in New Mexico about 4 or 5 years ago. New Mexico has a plan where they take homeless people every day, pick them up and take them to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mumford. I cannot read the last name. It looks like Robert on Redfield Road. Okay.
Good morning, council members. Thank you all for allowing me the time. I'm just here trying to speak on behalf of the Lamar Park neighborhood also. They don't deserve to be forced to have that community there. And I'm here to suggest, you've got Memorial Hospital down the street. It's empty, okay? Why don't we utilize Memorial Hospital till you all figure out where you want to put these people? Seems like nobody wants them in their backyard, okay? They got to go somewhere. So why don't we utilize Memorial Hospital? It's been a hospital. It's got rooms, it's got beds, it's got facilities. So, I mean, I know y'all don't want to build anything, just for them. So let's think about utilizing Memorial Hospital. Again, it's there. That's what it was. That's the whole purpose of the hospital. It's got a clinic that just got built. So it's there. So I'm just saying, respect the taxpayers that have been there, that support this community, which are the people in Lamar area, from Lamar School. So all I can say is offer you that suggestion, Memorial Hospital. I don't see anything wrong with that. And of course, people are concerned about crime. Well, I'm sure we have police officers, or we got our law enforcement that can do background checks on people before they go into those facilities also. And the undesirables will be pulled away, and the ones that need the help and desire the help will be able to stay. So please consider that. Thank you very much.
Sir, can you state your name and address for the record?
Robert G. Hernandez.
Rolando Garza.
Here we go. Hope you see that. Rolando Garza, Saxon Heights. I'm here on the Lamar shelter issue. I want you to take a look at this. 60 Minutes last week put on a expose with Anderson Cooper. They have 11,000 homeless people in Seattle, Washington, which is the third largest homeless population that they have. That's the way they expose. I sent some of you the link. They spend $1 billion a year. There's a postal lady on there also, homeless. There's a man that works for the EPA in Seattle, homeless as well. The state's using right-of-ways. They're asking for 10 cities. 12 years, they spent $12 billion. We need how much to fix our roads and infrastructure? About $3-4 billion. We're talking about a homeless issue. Mr. Smith, Flower Bluff is bad with meth and heroin and everything else. We know you have an issue of it, okay? It's all over the place. Hillcrest had an issue. The next proximity was for them to move over here to Leopard. Someone saw it. It was overcrowded. Now what? The solution is to put them over here in a neighborhood that's blighted? So I looked up the law, called the Department of Justice. I believe they called a couple of council members and the mayor. They're willing to come down here and mediate this. The inciting by one person that's claiming to work for the foundation to push it is actually telling the folks there that if they buy their homes or their businesses, that he needs his cut. He's standing back there over there. He can't refute it because the business owners are here. So now we have bribery. We have co-conspiracy. We have people that only 5 people came out to the Antonio Arts Center. Okay? Nobody knew. These ladies back here have 700 signatures back here. Knocked, and we spoke to the people, the elderly. Look at the people on the bottom. Do you see them on the picture at the bottom? They're dead asleep on drugs in their front yard. The elderly can't come out. The law says in the CDBG area that's eligible, your responsibility, oath, and duty is to eliminate slum and blight. Right? You have Wiggins, Navarro, and you have this area that's eligible. It says there that when you promote projects there, that you have a reasonable, timely manner to allow the neighborhood to have input. In English, in Spanish, that's the law. None of that was done. It was flown under the radar with good intentions. Nobody's debating that. Second chances, no problem. TDC inmates will be released in that neighborhood. Once they hit the sidewalk, who's going to protect the children in the neighborhood?
Thank you, Mr.
It's your vote
Garza.
next week to decide what you're going to do. Help these folks. Listen to them. They're taxpayers. They're great
you,
folks.
Mr.
Matter of fact,
Garza.
Mayor, I understand that. Mayor, I met some great families in there, and they really like they don't mind. They don't have an issue with the
Mr.
problem
Garza.
of help. They're just
Thank
saying,
you very much.
not in the neighborhood. They did it in 78415 area, and it died. Now you don't want it here, and we understand that, okay?
Mr. Garza.
Why put it in their neighborhood? Thank you so much.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
that.
much, Mr. Garza. I appreciate
I'll
it.
leave the board here. If you want to look at it, read it, there it is. It's there for you to have.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes,
absolutely.
please.
Thank you.
Okay. Errol Summerlin.
Sure. Don't want to block it out. Block it out.
Yeah, just put it. You can put it down. Yeah, right there. There you go.
There it is. Thank you, gentlemen.
Before I begin, it's really hard to hear back in the back.
That's what we're
Not
hearing.
just-
Yes, sir. We've adjusted the volume. We'll do it again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Errol Summerlin. I'm a member of the Coastal Alliance to Protect Our Environment. I live in Portland. We heard the briefing earlier today from the staff regarding the move and the plans for seawater desalination. I have some general comments in that regard. Right now, the port, the city of Ingleside, Seven Seas, and this city are proposing to build seawater desalination facilities totaling around 275 million gallons per day if you add them all up. And that includes the two inland groundwater brackish projects that are planned. If all move forward, approximately 500 million gallons a day of brine will be dumped into our closed-based system, and approximately 50 million gallons a day will go into Chiltepin Creek. And it's hard to say whether or not the brine will actually hit Mission Bay, but it certainly the water will reach Mission Bay. Last year, the GLO and the Texas Park and Wildlife issued a study mandated by House Bill 2031. In that study, they identified zones that were appropriate for the diversion and discharge, and all of those zones are directly on the Gulf of Mexico. No zones are within the base systems. So you have two state agencies charged with protecting our bays, waterways, wildlife, and fisheries, saying no to signing these facilities in the bays. But Freeze and Nickel, Poseidon, Seven Seas are all saying, oh, there's nothing to worry about. I hope you're talking to these other entities. Everyone is clamoring to sell water to industry, and we know that's what this is all about. But at what cost? Not the $1 billion requested that's going to cost to build those plants, the impacts, nor the impacts of the facilities will have on the base systems, but the impacts to public health and our quality of life that will most assuredly be irreversibly affected by the massive industrialization you, the EDC, and the port are promoting. 10 more petrochemical plants planned, looking at locating here. Stop promoting them and accommodating them. Focus growth elsewhere. You're considering spending $180 to $200 million on each of these two facilities for industry. But you are questioning spending the funding necessary to repair drainage for residents and taxpayers on North Beach and promote a different kind of economic development. Come on, that's where you should be spending your money. Thank you very much.
Okay. As a reminder, our council policy state that we request that the audience not clap or make loud noises for presentation, no matter how persuasive they may be. It just assists us with continuing with our business. Thank you. So next we have Steve Moody.
Hello, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. It was 47 years it took me to get here the first time 6 weeks ago, and I find myself back here 6 weeks later. And I want to tell you, y'all have really missed out on a really good talk that I have in my other jacket at work. So I have a really interesting perspective on some things that are going on. I have an office on Padre Island. I have an office downtown, and I live in Faro Valley. So I've got the perfect storm going on around me. I do business on the island, and we know what goes on out there and the delays, and I've heard about all the mistakes of Schlitterbahn. But I also want to point out all the hotels and the condominiums that have been built as a result of that, so it hasn't been a total loss. I get a lot of business from out of town. And this is not a advertisement for Lynn Fraser's place, Fajitaville, but on our Chamber of Commerce days, I take them across the bridge to Fajitaville, and they sit there and they get to look at the ships and the bay and the beach. And that's a great place to talk to somebody. I've done a lot of deals there as a result of that one restaurant. And I know that there's some other plans that are going to be built if the canal is built. And I've got a guy from Florida that's just sitting back waiting. He says, you know, if Jeff Blackard can't get this thing done, then I'm not going to go in. I'll come in after it's all done. And he's talking about a $46 million condominium project over there, not on the water, but on the backside of this proposed canal. And I hear a lot about the cost of the canal. And like the other gentleman was talking earlier about the cost of our streets and everything else, and I guess we're going to annex London School District, and now we're going to be responsible for their streets and sewer and putting in lines there. And I think, and I don't know, I think it might be a little scary about building a $41 million canal because we don't know what's under there because we've neglected it for 50 years. And there's a responsibility for those citizens over there. But no one is talking up here about the income that we're going to spend 41, we're going to get something back from that, and we don't get that from other projects. And I saw something about, you were talking about the 10 reasons why we can't do something, and I understand that. I wish y'all would think of 10 ways to make something happen. Just spend time, try to find out what it's going to take to make it happen. I've sat out here many times and I've live streamed it at work, and I don't see this place full of people that are opposing it. So I wish you all would make a really great forward-thinking decision and vote for the canal. Thanks.
Thank you. It's hard to read this name. It looks like Jose Mendez regarding North Beach.
Members of the council and mayor, the manager. I'm Jose Mendez, 5817 Crestford, Corpus Christi, Texas. I'm here to ask for us to move forward with the North Beach project because the history, I can give you a little history about North Beach. I was here. It was a jewel of Corpus Christi. It was internationally known as a playground for South Texas. In 1930, I played in North Beach quite a bit, and I don't think none of you were born at that time. North Beach should be brought up to standard. It's part of Corpus Christi. It's our city, and really, it had been neglected for many, many years. At the beginning was at one time, I was a planning commissioner at that time, and I fought with a group of colleagues that we fought to fight the industry to move it in there. They were asking for an I-2 zoning, and that was going to be a junkyard, really. And we're saying that it's our gateway from the north to our city, and I think it should be. It was a jewel of Corpus Christi at one time, neglected for so many years. Then later on, I was able to beat the I-2 zoning, and those beautiful homes that you see coming in from the north, they're there now. That was going to be actually a junkyard or a pipe supply depot. Later on, we fought to set the aquarium at the North Beach area. There was a group in Corpus Christi City or downtown, yacht club, I don't know who it was. They were fighting us to have the aquarium on this side of the channel. Well, we fought that, and it's there now. It's a beautiful thing. So that's why I'm asking that let these people move on, give them a green light, and move on to the North Beach area. Many are saying about the funds. Well, this money's out there. If we were able to send a man to the moon, we can pick up North Beach. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mendez, I want to say thank you for your service. He's a World War II vet.
Okay, thank you. Juan Olivares. Juan Olivares, on sir. There he is.
I know this is a little low, so I'm gonna try and be loud. You know, I am Juan Olivares. I have been an owner resident of North Beach for 36 years. I lived through the constant drainage and flooding problems that have plagued North Beach for decades, not only a few years, for decades. So I am well aware of the real problem in North Beach. A river canal will be the best solution to the drainage flooding problems in North Beach. It will be a huge attraction to many developers and investors. The river walk canal, with all the improvements and all the developments, it will attract many new visitors to North Beach and to the Corpus Christi area. And these two new huge tax revenues sources for the city will be great. We will greatly benefit the city. You know, other proposals that been talked about, they will not generate that excitement, that enthusiasm that the canal will bring to North Beach. And not many things are going to be happening, not many developments, and, you know, not that many people are going to be attracted. We're not going to be having any new visitors. And we must not forget that the city of Corpus Christi is responsible for fixing that problem. It's not just something that we want. It's a problem. You know, in other proposals, any other viable proposals that the city will consider, you know, it's still going to cost the city many millions of dollars, but it will not bring the tax revenues or that attraction that a canal will. You know, and with the USS Lexington Museum, the Texas State Aquarium, which is a world-class aquarium, the impending of the new harbor bridge, one-of-a-kind harbor bridge, and hopefully with the implementation of the proposed Riverwalk Canal, North Beach will be one of the best attractions in Texas, bringing in many millions of dollars to the Corpus Christi area. So let's not miss this opportunity to move forward with the best solution for North Beach and the city.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Priscilla Rivera.
Hello. Thank you for allowing us to come up here and speak. My name is Priscilla Rivera at 2504 Marguerite Street. I'm opposing the homeless shelter that y'all are wanting to bring and build on 19th Street. I'm here to let y'all know that I walked around the neighborhood. I got over 700 signatures from the neighborhood. I went door to door knocking and asking what they thought about this homeless shelter being built there. And they do not agree. And if I need to get more signatures, I will. But I went home to home, knocking on the doors and asking what they thought. And most of these people, I know that they have lived there in this neighborhood, because I was raised and born in that neighborhood. The thought of them even having a homeless shelter across the street from St. Joseph, they were not happy. This is a church that we grew up in, around, respecting the people around. We already have a problem in this neighborhood. It's been decades and everybody has overlooked this neighborhood. It hasn't been fixed. The way I look at it, a homeless shelter is not gonna make it better. It's gonna make it worse. Y'all are gonna intensify more people with the problem that we already have. I don't have all my neighbors in this neighborhood to come over here because a lot of them are elderly, sick. They can't come out here. So I am being their voice today, and I'm speaking up for them. And I'm asking you, please, to reconsider this homeless shelter that y'all want to bring into this neighborhood. It is not a proper neighborhood for the homeless shelter. It is not going to help us in any way. It is so bad out there. I mean, all you have to do is go for yourself and take a look. That's all I ask. Go around the neighborhood. Actually ask the neighbors what they think, and they will tell you, no, we don't agree. Like I said, I started this petition. I have it here. I have over 700 signatures telling me that they don't want it in their neighborhood. So I'm asking you to please consider. You have government housings on the left and the right. You have Wiggins and you have Navarro. How does this help our kids? I mean, you're going to have, actually, in the homeless shelter, I mean, sex offenders moving into the neighborhood. It's bad enough that most of our kids don't come out, but now when they do, I understand there's going to be security. But in the facility, what about when they come out? What about in the area? Who's going to protect our kids then? We're supposed to be an example. This is not an example for our kids. Y'all have neglected. Why can't y'all make something better for us? I mean, for this neighborhood or for the kids in the area. Make it senior center or recreational, daycare, something to, for the kids, for the people in the neighborhood. Y'all are lacking to see this. And I ask to please reconsider. Thank you.
Barbara Mandy, I'm not sure which one. And she's on Coleman Avenue? No? Okay. Carrie Meyer.
Good afternoon, City Council, Mayor. Carrie Robertson Meyer, 4401 Gulf Breeze Boulevard. So my house got bulldozed yesterday, and a new one is going up in its place. The time had come to do away with the old and move into the 21st century. There's only one reason why my little stucco cottage from 1928 was still standing 91 years after it was built, and that was because of elevation. We sit at 5 feet above sea level. Every inch of elevation on North Beach counts. Dirt is gold. Watching the lower-lying properties and streets around me flood after every rain and during every high tide has given me a real intuitive understanding of how the drainage works there. I know that digging a canal in the center and sloping the streets and the properties into it is the answer. I think most of you understand that a canal would work, but you're hesitant. I'm asking you to use the urban engineering study as a launch pad and go from there. Fund the science, fund the engineering that we need to show that that will work, to show how that can work. I'm sure the artist rendering is probably not going to be what we end up with. The pretty picture that we're all looking at, it'll be different. We don't even know what it will be. And the reason that you can't, with a good conscience right now, jump into this is because you don't have the engineering that you need. You're like, we don't know. We don't know how much it's going to cost. We don't know how we're going to do it. Well, let's fund that. Let's fund finding out how much it's going to cost and commit to moving forwards with a drainage solution. Thank you.
Ron Graben.
Ron Graben, 202 Surfside. Seems like the issue is money. If you want to kill the job, you can kill the job. There's lots of ways to kill the proposal, lots of ways to make it succeed. Money is the obstacle, it seems, maybe the excuse. Yuval Harari wrote a book called Sapiens, and in there he says, human beings are unlike any other species, that we have imagination. The judge used that word about 4 times last Tuesday. Imagination is what gives us the ability to project into the future. So we believe in the future. Money is something that is created by human beings. The animals on the Serengeti don't exchange money. They don't have interest. One baboon doesn't loan another baboon 2 bananas and expect 3 bananas back the next day. It's a human invention. If we want to do this project, we can find the money. It's out there somewhere. But we have to have the resolve to say, we want to move forward with this. Lynn Fraser didn't come up with the deadline. It was imposed on him by government. That gets passed on to us. He has a certain deadline to do something with that money. Deadlines are good because they push us along. When I was in college, the joke was, without a deadline, no term paper would ever be written. So we have a deadline, something to push us along. Do we have all the answers? I don't think so. Do we have the resolve? Hopefully we do. So I would like to see this happen. I think rarely do you solve a infrastructure problem that has the benefit of creating such an economic advantage. And I think this is a win-win. So I would like you to consider the words of the great philosopher of the 21st century, Larry the Cable Guy, and get her done. Thank you.
Moses Estrada. Moses Estrada. Mr. Estrada, you want to use the podium microphone? Yes.
Okay. Mayor, City Council, my name is Moses Estrada, 4805 FM 1889, Calalen area. I'm here to voice my support for the North Beach project and to ask you not to let such a great opportunity go by. All of us have heard that young adults move to other cities to find jobs. Well, I'm an example of that. I had 3 children, which are not adults now. They're adults. They had their degrees, but guess what? They couldn't stay here because there were no jobs. All of them had to go somewhere else. Houston, Las Vegas, anywhere except here. And I hope, that if we can have jobs for them at that time, maybe our grandchildren will have some jobs. But that's up to you, whether you want to do that or not. I believe the approval of this project will keep our young adults in our city due to new jobs and especially to tourism it will bring to Corpus Christi. This exciting community excited. We have come so close and waiting for a dream to become a reality. Please do not let fly away. Let's keep the sparkling city by the sea sparkling. Thank you for listening.
Deborah Pope.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. My name is Deborah Pope. I'm a resident at 4242 Gulf Breeze Boulevard, North Beach. I love North Beach. I believe we all know that it's going to solve our drainage problem. I don't know, is there any disagreement with that it will solve our drainage problem? We all know it'll bring economic development. We all know it's going to bring in tourism, shops, restaurants, new homes. It'll benefit not only Corpus Christi, but also the entire coastal bend and bring people from all over Texas. I know our city manager recently came from San Antonio, and he knows the economic impact of Riverwalk. And so I really feel that economic development will bring in tax dollars. I do know that when I was here for the workshop, Judge Barbara Canales with the county commissioners, she said there are funds available, that she had just attended a meeting, and that there are several $1 million available. I know that the figure of $41 million has been brought up. I know we're going to increase our income, and I know that Jeff Blackard is a Christian man, very honest, very well respected, a man of vision. And everybody here knows Lynn Frazier. I'm fairly new to the area, but I see what he's done. I hear about him. And these two guys are putting everything they have right now into this project. So I'm encouraging you to please vote yes for it, and we explore the opportunities of government funding that Judge Canales mentioned the other day. So please vote yes. Thank you.
Kim Novak.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kim Novak, president of North Beach Community Association, also a business owner on North Beach, near the port on the southwest side. I'm here to speak with you on the canal, obviously. I moved here 10 years ago from Virginia, and I moved here on a mission. I moved here to Corpus Christi. Could have moved anywhere I wanted, but I chose Corpus Christi. Not only did I choose Corpus Christi, I chose North Beach. I saw it as a diamond in a rough at the time that I moved here, just new to the area, but I saw its potential then. And I've always loved it, always stood up for it. I've heard the arguments for this, for that, for the other, little things, but I've always stood up for it and stood up for my dreams. And I bought a piece of property there and started my business. And my blood, sweat, and tears literally are on my property. They're on my soil down there on North Beach. And so this matter in North Beach is personal to me because I've chosen to be there and I've chosen to work hard. And what I see is a common theme from everyone here. Everyone has used the word neglect. And who's neglecting us? You guys. Over the years, you've neglected our infrastructure system, our drainage, and you've heard all the arguments about our health, our safety, it's beating up our vehicles, everything. You've heard all that. You've heard how it's going to improve our businesses, or the canal project will improve our businesses. I'm losing track of what I'm saying here. You've heard all the arguments, but the problem didn't happen overnight. It happened years and years ago. So with that comes a heavy price tag, $41 million. So we're ready for something big. We're ready for that big price tag. We need that. It's not my forte. It's outside my scope of practice. It's your baby. It's what you do. It's your problem. It's how you're figure it out. You've had the meetings, just like what Ron said. Figure it out. That's what everyone's saying. Figure it out. We need you to figure it out. Come up with the money, solve it, quit pushing it off, make it happen. We're here waiting. We want it to happen. We need it to happen, and just get her done. Thank you.
Gilbert Benya. Gilbert Benya on Mary Street. Oh, okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Gilbert Pena Jr. I'm here to speak on behalf of my mother, Lucia Pena, who lives at 2206 Mary Street, and who is in opposition of having the homeless shelter built there at Lamar. She is 85 years old. I worry about her safety. I'm there, but I have places to go that I have to go run errands, and I have to leave her there. I heard on the news where the mayor and the city councilman said it was beneficial to have that homeless shelter built there. My curiosity was aroused. Beneficial to who? The house, the values are going down. Who is going to want to rent? If it gets dangerous enough that I have to move my mother out, who's going to want to rent that place? Who's going to want to live next to a homeless shelter? Who's going to want to buy a home that's next to a homeless shelter? My mother moved there over 30 years ago. There was Lamar School. It was a great neighborhood. And she lived there and bought that house in hopes that it would be beneficial to her family. And now what's happened? The school's closed. Homeless shelter is being built. You know, I noticed Christmas gifts being passed out before you all opened up. You realize that my mother has to take her decorations down because they're being stolen from the yard. We can't go to a store without somebody begging. Now, I've got nothing against a homeless shelter for those that need it. But in a neighborhood like this, that was thriving, that was nice, that was good, that's not a place for it. You have people that have been there for years that are scared to come out. And you've heard it over and over and over again. And we hope and pray that y'all decide to do the right thing and not open it up there. So on behalf of my mother, myself, and everybody, have a Merry Christmas.
Greg Hood.
Good afternoon, city servants. I appreciate your work. I'm Greg Hood, 4942 Valley Stream Drive, and I would like to present a video to you that I think could be of great benefit. It depicts a project that could be of great benefit to Corpus Christi. Would the IT folks run that, please?
Approaching the city of Corpus Christi from the west on I-37 will stand the tallest cross in the Western Hemisphere, the second tallest cross in the world. It rises to a height of 230 feet with a 95-foot span, sitting on a 38-foot octagon foundation consisting of concrete and steel, 7 foot thick and supported by 24 piers extending 60 feet into the earth, and weighing 870 tons. Surrounding the base of the cross will be a 36,000-gallon baptistry, where Christian churches can baptize new believers any day of life. A bronze likeness of Jesus being baptized by John will be in the water. There will be a water feature in front of the cross with a granite wall recognizing our largest donors who made the project possible. Directly behind the cross will be an exact replica of the garden tomb of Jesus. You will be able to enter the weeping room and gaze upon the stone where laid the body of Jesus. To the right of the tomb will be a life-size nativity of Christ. Imagine what it was like to be born in the smelly stable and placed in an animal feeding trough for a crib. To the left of the tomb will be a welcome center equipped with a museum showing the construction and story of the cross, official proclamations and names of sponsors. The Welcome Center will also include a remembrance bookstore and restroom facility. The cross will be illuminated at night, and a beam of light, 8 foot in diameter, will project from the top of the cross 1,500 feet into the sky for aviation. The site will grow in time with additional sculptures, a prayer chapel and garden, and shaded rest areas, where visitors can sit and ponder the wonders of Jesus from his birth to his baptism. From the stories of his earthly ministry to his crucifixion and resurrection, the Corpus Christi Cross will be free to all, and a place you will want to visit frequently to meditate upon God's free gift of eternal life.
Thank you very much.
Rick Milby. Yes, Rick Milby.
I'm Rick Milby, 4412 High Ridge Drive. I came to Corpus Christi almost 39 years ago, and I've watched a lot of things happen in our city over the years. Exciting things. People kind of put our city down, say we're not doing anything. I know you guys catch it all the time. I appreciate who you are and what you do. I pray for you every day. And I remember when I first came to Corpus Christi, Moore Plaza was a Milo field. I remember coming across SPID for the first time. 3 lanes is about 24 cars on it. I was shocked. Now it's bumper to bumper. I watched this building raise up. I mean, I've watched this city grow, and been a lot of exciting things happen in this city. And I just want to encourage you as legacy makers to encourage the growth of our city through these projects that people are wanting to do. We're wanting to bring the largest cross in the Western Hemisphere to Corpus Christi. We've got people already invested in this. We've got the foundation in the ground. People think it's just a cross. It's an event. It's a site. It's free. Christian churches can come every day of life and baptize in the 36,000-gallon baptistry there. We get so many requests now over our site about weddings being held there. We're thinking about building a wedding chapel at that site as well. So it'll be a prayer chapel and a wedding chapel. The replica of the tomb of Jesus is identical to the one in Jerusalem. If you've been there and seen that, it'll be just like that. So people will be able to experience something here in Corpus Christi. My friend Max Greiner, who has the cross up in Kerrville, 77 feet tall, is called the Coming King Prayer Garden. If you've never been there, go there. It's exit 508 on I-10. He called me up and he said, how many you expect to come to your cross? I said, I don't know. He said, we had 136,000 last year, our cross, 77 feet tall. He said, you'll have well over 200,000 a year if people show up there. This is going to draw people to Corpus Christi. We've got the opportunity to develop our North Beach. Everyone I talked to is super excited about this project. And what we need to do is come together as a community, as a city, as council, as management, and say, what can we do to encourage people who come in? We've got a global developer who's come to our town and wants to bring this about. We've got local people wanting to do this. It's a win-win deal for all of us. It's going to bring revenue to our city. And we need events like this. The cross will draw people to Corpus Christi. They'll want to come see the other. The cruise ships. You know, one day we hope to have cruise ships here. The people will come from San Antonio and Austin and Brownsville, all around us to our city. We've got the opportunity. I want to encourage you. I'm on your side. I want to encourage you. Get behind these projects. Let's find the answers to the questions that we don't know. I went to the site when they had it down at the aquarium and watched it the first time. Somebody asked the question, how much is it going to cost? I heard Mr. Blacker say, well, your city says it's going to cost $40 million. I can build it for less than that. Let's take bids. Let's put out the specs and take bids. Let's see what we could do. Let's encourage people who are wanting to help develop our city. Let's make it happen. Let's bring it about. Thank you for your time.
Dolores Vela.
Hello, Mayor, City Council, staff. Thank you for your time. I really don't have so much to say because I had it all written down and everybody already said it, so I scratched most of it off. But what I really did want to say is commend everyone for the hard work they put into it, especially the people that are here today, our North Beach Community Association, everyone from people who live, I live at 4418 Loveland Pass. That's my permanent home. My part-time home is North Beach, 4000 Surfside Boulevard, Las Brisas. when it's not flooded. So this weekend, I had the pleasure of spending some time with my friends. I invited them over to spend some time with me at my condo. And they couldn't believe how beautiful it was. It really is. I don't know if you've spent time there or not, but it is. And we went to Fajitaville, had dinner there, and they couldn't send really nice comments about how much fun they had and how pretty it was. They used to live here. She moved to San Antonio, but she couldn't believe how pretty it is. She hadn't been there. But most importantly, I wanted to say that I just can't believe how many people are for this project, something that's well needed. I can't imagine something more important that will be more beneficial to our community. I think we'll get a return. It may take 10 years, it may take longer, but it'll be profitable for everyone. And I know I had a whole lot of things to say, but most people have already said it. I don't think there's any more to say. I just know that if it doesn't work, I mean, we've got to make it work. I don't know there's anything that's going to be better in our community and more profitable and get a return. It's a really serious issue, and it needs to be taken care of. And I know that you'll do the right thing. And I know if you don't, they're not going to give up. They're going to keep coming. I know Carrie is for sure. Thank you so much.
Lee Arandala.
Good afternoon, Corpus Christi leaders. I am Lel Arandela, and I stand before you to discuss about the canal, and with two hats. First is being a president of the Filipino American Association. We partnered with the North Beach Association, and we adopted the Dolphins Park. We have been cleaning this park for the last 9 years with the volunteers from the small baby up to the grandma. And recently we just had a painting of all the benches in the Kaboom playground. It takes a lot of spirit to volunteer. But I guess with the canal, we can mobilize people to volunteer, because I guess this is not the project of the city, but the project of the people. If I may share, the city of Manila in Philippines right now, with a new mayor and new leadership, they turned 360 degrees for their cleanliness, for the infrastructure, hospital, and these are volunteers from the business owners, market vendors, bus drivers. And so, Mayor, if you need some help, we are in support of all the projects for the city. Second is my family owns properties here in North Beach. And I was thinking, it's the move of the city before I move. It's just like a game of chess. And so I heard one opinion saying, why will the city spend much when not much people there compared to here? But I'm telling myself, if it is not now, when? Me and my big mouth, I'm already telling all Filipinos in San Antonio, and I said, we're going to beat your river walk and watch out for ours. But I hope and pray that in your term of leadership and your term of office, I hope that the glory of Corpus Christi will be relive, and will come to history repeats itself. Thank you.
Jonathan Gonzalez.
Jonathan Gonzalez, 13753 Cayo Gorda Court. I'm here for the North Beach project, but I also want to give a shout out to the Corpus Christi Cross project. I'm in strong support of that one as well. Just want to say there are singular moments in the history of a city that'll take it to another level. Sometimes those moments are subtle and we can't quite put our finger on it, looking back thinking, what was that change? What was it? When was it? Other moments are more tangible and more dramatic, and I think we're in one of those moments right now. During this process, I've learned many things about what's going on in the city, and something that I've learned really that's really important is if it's good and it's right, it's worth fighting for. It's worth holding on to and taking it to the end. This community, I think, is starting to see that we can do great things and make great things happen here. If there's anything that I'm proud of, it's seeing our community rally behind this project. I've seen community leaders, both young and old, come out and say that they want a great project to happen here. I want to thank all those who put their time and effort into this, and those who came to the war rooms and came out to learn the issues and learn the truth. This project has become much more than one area of Corpus Christi, much more than one person. But if there's one person that needs to be thanked, I think that person is Mr. Len Frazier. He's put so much heart and soul into this project, so much heart and soul into Corpus Christi, into North Beach, into this area, and we owe him an immense amount of gratitude for that. We are in a moment of history that could define us as a city. What side of that history do you want to be on? Thank you.
Jeff Blackard.
Jeff Blackard, 401 Adriatic Parkway, McKinney, Texas. Mayor, City Council, City Manager. Most of the people who came up today I don't even know and never seen. So it's kind of interesting. People think there's some strategy behind North Beach that we're rallying all these people. I don't even know most of the people that have come up here and spoke about North Beach. A lot of misinformation that's out there. And I just want to make one point that's probably one of the most important points. Either you're going to do a ditch or a canal. That's going to happen. Or the ditch could be in storm sewer. That's going to happen because we now know there's a drainage problem on North Beach. A little story about the drainage problem on North Beach, because I keep on saying there's a drainage problem and the engineers say there's a drainage problem. But the information that comes from your staff says, if we go back a month ago, that there's not a problem. The storm sewer pipes are clean, et cetera, et cetera. We all now know that's not true. But I had a meeting with one of the council people here, and she had a friend there. And I was explaining the problems on North Beach, and that I had to have my utility contractor go pull up the manholes to show that the city staff was giving Peter bad information. And the lady that was with one of the council people here said, "You should have been arrested." I said, "I should be arrested for telling the public that the storm sewer system doesn't work and I can't go prove it unless I lift up a manhole and prove it?" So, very interesting. I would be arrested for lifting a manhole to show that it's filled with dirt when the city staff is giving you guys information saying it's clean. But the misinformation that people don't talk about, the city did the TERS, which you voted on, and you did an economic impact study as part of the TERS, which you all said worked. If you take that study, okay, and you take the aquarium study, and you take the economic impact study that was given to you recently, if you take any one of those and examine it, what it will tell you that this canal versus a ditch will bring $232 million to the city over the next 30 years. What that study will tell you, it'll provide 750 jobs, permanent jobs to this economy. What that study will tell you, it'll bring $17 million of salaries. And what that study will tell you...
Mr. Blackard.
Let me finish my one.
Mayor, you gonna... Okay, I'll give a minute.
It brings $94 million to the local economy in 5 years. The study the city did with the TERS and the study that you said was one of the best studies you've ever seen. Thank you.
Thank you. James Gray. James Gray on Tamarisk. Is Mr. Gray here? Yes. No. Okay, thank you. Jean Marie Gigrich. There she is. Gigrich, thank you.
I want to thank you all. I want to thank you for helping to be a part of true history here in Corpus Christi, Texas. Today's mandatory vote, so Lynn Frazier does not lose $7 million, is going to be a historical moment for all of us. My name is Jean Marie Giegrick. I'm broker owner of Weichert Realtors, the Place of Houses, and the commercial division. I do have a home at 1009 Furman Avenue, and I have one on North Padre Island. I love Corpus Christi, Texas. It is the city of God, as the beautiful song written about it a few years ago describes. It is the body of Christ. As I have said before, I was exiled here about 30 years ago because of being an integral part of one of the most successful master plan communities in Austin, Texas. Once Steiner Ranch was completed and successful, I was asked to come to Corpus Christi, Texas for 2 years, half a week in Corpus, half a week in Austin. When all was said and done and became time for me to go back to Austin, it was my choice to stay in this sparkling city by the sea. I am so tired of hearing people ask me why I stay in this God-forsaken hellhole, the dirty city. Jeremiah 29:7, and I will repeat, it says, "Seek the peace and the prosperity of the city to which I have carried you into exile, and pray to the Lord for this city, because if it prospers, so will you." It is time to paint our front door. The canal will be voted in. You will have history created for your time that you have been in the city council. Then we can have the revenues to spend on North Padre Island and to have revenues to spend to help the homeless and all of the other items that have been brought up here today. This can and will be a win-win for all of us. The front door, our city of God, the body of Christ's house, the happiest place in Texas, will become truly our sparkling city by the sea. History will and can be made today when you vote yes for the canal at North Beach. I hope you have read the letter from the mayor of McKinney, Texas, where my family also resides, and saw the progress and the prosperity of McKinney. So we need to be able to tell everybody how beautiful our community is and that you were a part by voting yes.
Okay, next it's hard to read the last name. It looks like a last name that starts with an I on Shaftesbury.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Let's switch gears here a little bit. I'm here to oppose Agenda 8.
Can you state your name and address, sir? I'm sorry.
T. Uvalli, 2373 Shaftesbury, London.
Thank you.
And I concur with the opposition. This has to do with the annexation of the land in London ISD. Before I go further, I'd like to say that, developers are an integral part of the city, of any city. And, they buy property to make a profit, and I agree that they should make a profit. But I also agree that things should be done in a certain way, and that you are the city council to make sure that it gets guided in that direction. And that's what we're hoping for. And I don't think that's where it's headed right now. I think there's checkpoints that you can put into place that you haven't put into place that would guarantee that the plan that the developer has put forth to you and the city would keep him in check for that, or anybody else that purchases the property from him. I don't think we should leave it to a pinky swear from the developer that I promise that this won't happen for me, but he can't promise for anyone else. You should take that into consideration. I know that We've all seen the movie The Right Stuff. You know, you're watching NASA, they're going down the checklist, and they're saying, you know, so-and-so, green light, so-and-so, green light. Your city planning department gave you a red light. So it's kind of odd to me that this is even going up for a vote right now until you have all of your green lights, your ducks in a row. I think that leaves a little area for, you know, ambiguous procedures in the future. Where do they actually lie? What do we follow? And I'll just leave it with this. My dad used to always say something. He used to tell me, if you're making a deal with someone and the voice isn't coming from a burning bush, make sure you get it on paper. Thank you very much for your time.
G. Abbott.
Gary Abbott, 241 Shaftesbury Drive. I'd like to say that I oppose agenda, oppose agenda item number 8 and concur with the opposition. Another thing that the Planning Commission pointed out was, will the future taxes pay for the cost of the utilities to cover annexing the London area? Thank you.
There are 4 people left on the list. Next is Hank Harrison.
How's it going? My name is Hank Harrison. I'm a resident of 901 Driftwood. I can also say that I represent a few other residences and people and local businesses. Very happy to be a resident of Corpus Christi and a business owner in Corpus Christi. I continue to do my best to do my part to keep pushing this city forward. I think all of us are locals enough to know that it is not moving forward as fast as we want it to. But I think that through more community involvement and especially the recognition of our citizenry from you guys on the city council. I mean, let's take that gal for example. You can't 700 signatures you had. Y'all better listen to her. I mean, she's not going to stop. I mean, what do you think is going to happen with all these people that showed up for North Beach? I mean, don't get me wrong. We know that there are problems with any plan that hasn't happened yet. That's the nature of what happens when you start a plan. You put a few things in place, you start moving forward. But I mean, man, there sure are some people that are willing to put their money where their plan is. I mean, damn, let's listen to these guys over there. They're really, really working on it. If y'all let them move forward with this thing and y'all actually don't get in the way and let us do something, I'm gonna put something over there too. I mean, some other guy came in and said he was gonna build up a hotel and there's gonna be a resort over there. Y'all like to play golf? When there's a golf course over there, I'll take y'all out to go play golf. I mean, let's do something. But the one way that we can mess this whole thing up is by digging a ditch in the middle of there to fix a drainage problem that just now it's a ditch. You know what we're going to be talking about 10 years later? Let's build a canal because the ditch is ugly and there's people driving their boats all through the canal. Don't stand in the way of a good idea, especially when you get it on such a good discount. I had a lot of y'all knew my dad. One of my favorite things he used to tell me was, he would talk to me about different ways he would work with this specific city that we all love, and he would talk about how he would bump into people that would just stay in the way, and he'd say, well, don't tell me why we can't do it. Help me figure out a way to get it done. And there's about 1,000 different reasons why somebody thinks that maybe it might not work, and there's a handful of people that have some really good reasons why they think it might really work. Let's listen to them. They're the ones that we should be following. We should be energetically in favor of this idea. And we should be doing what we need to do to not only protect the city's investment in it, which it gets paid. I mean, they're putting the money up. I mean, I'll put $20 in right now. I mean, let's do it, but let's not stand in the way, and let's surely remember the voters, because if this thing gets stuck in the mud like every other person trying to cross that stupid canal or the ditch, if we don't do the canal, then the people, the voters, myself included, will remember it. Thank you guys very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost done. Just a reminder about the applause. Daniel Sines. Mr. Sines? Daniel Sines? Okay, sir. Would you like to come up, please?
Good morning. My name is Ruben Sines. I'm from 807 West Avenue J in Robstown, Texas. I'm here to address 4 items with the council. The first item is that several years ago, maybe decades ago, there was a lawsuit between the city of Corpus Christi and the water district from Robstown. It carried on through appeals processes, etc. Eventually, Robstown won that lawsuit because we had superior water rights over Corpus Christi, number one. Number two, we have been meeting with the staff personnel in the planning department about buying the old water filtration plant in Corpus Christi. You've had it up for sale for over 2 years. You've advertised it, etc. And yet, this attention has been discussed with your staff, and no results have happened. They won't even talk about the price or anything else. I believe that this council is getting misinformation on the water supply for this city and its residents and the adjoining areas that you supply water to. Number three, there was a water summit on DeSalle almost a year ago where it was determined that the conference determined that water could be produced for less than $3 per 1,000 gallons. And that was a real big conference, about 300 or 400 people in the audience. And it was determined that. And yet we've been negotiating with the city of Corpus for over 8 years on providing water for less than $3 per 1,000 gallons, and no response has happened from your water department. We've met with your manager from the water department, and we are concerned why we're trying to add all this expense to the taxpayers. I believe we owe close to $380 million on the Mary Roads pipeline, yet we're borrowing money to do studies to provide more taxation on the citizens when you could provide those same water needs for industry and the citizens for less than you can provide it now. The fourth item is that all this information has been made available to several city council personnel. I've met with your city manager and addressed all of these issues, and they all said that you would get back to us from the planning department to buy the properties that you desperately need money for. Secondly, you're trying to add more tax to your citizens that there's no need for, and I don't see there's a need, in my opinion, to destroy communities, to destroy the water sources of our adjoining neighbors. And when people don't get back to you, I believe, in my opinion, that you are being misinformed. And we have also been denied the opportunity to speak at the regional planning office by your representatives that told us that you did not want us to get involved. I'm speaking on as the general manager for Dimmitt Utility Water Supply Corporation that can provide all this water for you at lesser price, with less destruction of communities, destruction of the economic system of the watershed and our beaches. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sines. Chad McGill.
Chad McGill, 641 Texas Avenue. Pavement condition index in 2015 was 13, although I got a letter recently that it was 66, but no projects happened, so it's real interesting. Two things that I know just recently is that I felt like I wanted to vote for Hank Harrison right there, and we need to listen to Mr. Sines. Out of scarcity into abundance. Scarcity means there are only so many jobs, only so much money, only so many opportunities to come around. Abundance says there will be more jobs, there will be more money, and there will be more opportunities. Let's bake a pie and we all can enjoy it. The difference is you put two scarcity mindset people in a room, draw a line between them, and say the person who wins is the one who talks the other one to cross the line. In the scarcity mindset, they fold their arms and say, I'm not going to let you win. The abundance mindset, you put those two same people, draw the line in between, and say the same thing. If you can convince the other person to cross the other line, or cross the line, then you win. An abundant mindset is different. They both look at each other and they say, there's probably a way for this to happen. There's a way to win. It doesn't have to be a win-lose. An abundance mindset says, let's cross the line at the same time, and we both win. And the abundance mindset, I believe, is the one who wins. And I see this community, hopefully, peering out of scarcity and into abundance. Jean Marie said that this is a time in our lives that we know is important. It's a time that I believe that each of you have a very difficult decision in front of you. Unfortunately, it's difficult. It shouldn't be. The necessity of drainage and public safety in a community, I believe, is a necessary function. It is one of our infrastructure needs within the community. And a canal pays for itself. So perhaps that's why we started a little petition, and there's over 1,500 signatures here. I'll admit there are only 1,209 that live in Corpus Christi. Perhaps there are people around the country looking at this. And the gentleman, Mr. Cantu, who spoke to you earlier, walked and got 130 handwritten signatures as well. So voters matter, but what matters more is your decision today to find a solution. Give Mr. Frazier the opportunity to invest even more in a place that he loves, and define your legacy. What side of history will you be on?
And last on the list is Melissa Zamora.
It's been a while since I've been to a city council meeting. I have to say before I begin that I strongly suggest that Corpus Christi City Council meetings should be held after 5:30 so the working class majority of the people of Corpus Christi can attend and share their voices in shaping our community together. But I'm here today to voice my opposition and concern over the proposed seawater desalination plant permit proposed for the Corpus Christi area. I am a native to this area and care deeply about the air, water, and soil that provides for us each and every day. I believe we, the citizens of Corpus Christi, deserve better, and that means having a city government that is for the people and not for the port or the industry, which seems to be the main objective of making money. According to the Corpus Christi Water Conservation Plan of 2019, Corpus Christi residents only use about 32% of all treated water, and residential water use has actually declined since 2011 by 15%, from roughly 78 gallons a day to 66 gallons a day, again, according to the Corpus Christi Water Plan of 2019. On the contrary, however, industry uses about 52% of our water, and they are the ones in need of a drought-proof water plan. But want us, the citizens, the taxpayers, to pay for it? No way can you allow this to happen, as it is completely unfair to the residents and the local environment. The process of desalination is extremely expensive and uses a lot of energy just to operate, and the Port of Corpus Christi has applied for a discharge permit to be given permission to dump a daily flow of up to 95,600,000 gallons of concentrated saltwater brine every day. And that's just from one plant. So like Errol Summerlin had said before, I guess it's over 500,000 at this point, or 500, I can't even keep up. This cannot be permitted for the sake of our already sensitive and hypersaline bay, meaning it is saltier than the ocean, with even less circulation and flow. Did you know Corpus Christi Bay and the Laguna Madre are known to be part of the 6 most hypersaline environments in the world? The average salinity of open ocean is roughly 33 parts per thousand, and Corpus Christi Bay is at 28 to 42 parts per thousand, so hence the hypersalinity, not to mention the high evaporation rates and the slow recovery of freshwater inflow. According to local research, this brine discharge facility could have severe environmental impacts, and more research is needed to verify toxicological effects. According to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the more salinity increases in a body of water, the amount of oxygen it can absorb decreases, meaning that the more salt we put in, the less oxygen the water can actually absorb, so the less oxygen that marine life can breathe. This will not only affect the fish and the shrimp and the larvae and our beloved turtles and dolphins, but tourism as well. Please oppose this, not only for the people's sake, but for the environment. You don't want to be known or remembered for killing our bay.
Thank you, Ms. Zamora. Okay, so those are all the individuals who have signed up. I'm going to ask one time now if there's anyone who did not have an opportunity to sign up, if you'd like to speak. And can you indicate? Okay.
Thank you for your time, City Council members, Mr. Mayor, and staff, Mr. Zanoni. I live on North Beach. I'm Barbara Welder, 202 Reef Avenue. I'm a resident full-time, 24/7. And I'm here to talk on behalf of the residents who see everything. And for the most part, for those of you who have noticed, there are lots and lots of people here who are not residents, but are really, really, really wanting to move the drainage canal along. This is not about whether you kind of care about North Beach. This is really about whether you really want to grow, whether you really want to have a wonderful entrance into Corpus Christi. And most of all, are you really listening to the public? Did you notice today there was no one against the drainage canal? Now, I don't know how you think. I think I've tried to at times understand, but I have talked to residents on North Beach. You know, here's what they're asking. Well, what is the opposition? Well, the opposition, of course, as Mr. Graben mentioned, was money. You know, from several of you, I have heard that Corpus Christi is an oil-rich community. I've heard that all my life. I've been coming here since the 40s. And everyone knows about oil discoveries. We're not blind. Also, we have heard that I just can't even hardly stand to say this, that you need more time to study this. Mr. Blacker just mentioned 5 studies available. And I know at one time, one of the city managers pointed out that this has been a problem since 1919. Well, if it has, that means we've been 100 years with the same problem. Now, how much time do you need? The time is now. My dad used to say to me when we would come to South Texas, he'd say, you know, this is the place to be. It was in South Texas where all the history of Texas really happened. We are a durable people. Now, what I'm taking from that this morning is to tell you again that this issue will not go away. We will not go away. This is a matter of life and death. It is important. We should be a prime priority. Carolyn Vaughn said it best. North Beach deserves better. I'm going to say all of Corpus Christi deserves better.
Thank you, Mrs. Welder. Okay.
Eduardo Canales from 7021 Bevington Drive. I'm here to speak against the desalination project. And I'm not repeat what has been said, but you see the symbol up here. It's got a shipping symbol. It's got a oil symbol. It's got a fishing symbol. What will happen to the bay with this desalination project, you will destroy that bay. You will absolutely destroy Corpus Christi Bay. You've heard all the projections in terms of what would be dumped into the bay. You know, we're talking about progress and what kind of progress are we making? Our streets are not the same. Our water is not the same. Our education is not the same because of all the tax breaks we've been given this industry and, you know, historically. So I am speaking against that desalination project. I'm asking somebody here in the city council to stand up for this environment and look at the air, look at the water, look at what we're doing in the name of progress, in the name of industrial, in the name of industrial development. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Susie Luna Saldaña, 4710 ACO. You know, I've heard a lot of what is being said about the North Beach canals. Well, let me tell you, that sounds like a great idea, beautiful idea, but I want to know who's going to pay for it. Are the 1,500 or the 700 signatures going to pay for it? No, we're all going to pay for it. Every one of us in Corpus Christi are going to end up paying for it. And what I'm saying is take your time. This doesn't have to be, you don't need to be pushed by anybody. You talk about votes, yeah, we got a lot of votes. But there are a lot of voters out there that are not represented in here. They're absolutely essential that you keep track of what you're doing financially and physically. That you keep track of it and don't let a PR group come over here and tell you this has to be done immediately. Great idea, just like Bayfront was a great idea. That was a great idea. Put it up to the voters. Let the voters tell you. And I'm not talking about one side of the voters. I'm talking about all the voters in Corpus Christi. We have a city manager that comes out of San Antonio. If he's against it, is he telling you not to write a blank check? Because I'm not in favor of you writing blank checks to anybody. And that's basically what this sounds like to me. That's one of the issues that I come to talk to you about. The second one is you need to treat the city as a whole the same. Because you've got an issue of the homeless shelter going up at Lamar, and you've got the people in the community telling you don't do it. But they're not up here because they can't be up here with a PR firm and everything else. You need to take a look at that. I've talked to the father in the church and the atrocities that have happened there. And they have to build a fence around it. I think you need to take a look at both of these issues with the same and justification for both of them. There are voters out there, yes, they are. And we want that to be taken care of. If our city manager is telling you don't write a blank check, don't write a blank check. At least that's why I thought you hired him, because he was so good at things that he does. So, are you going to listen to his advice? Or are you not going to listen to his advice? I want to make sure that we have something beautiful in Corpus Christi. Another river work sounds great, but my God, I want to know who's going to pay for it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay G. I live at 2409 Shaftesbury Drive, located in the London area. I'm here to speak to you regarding item number 8 on today's agenda, as well as in general for the London area development. According to Freese & Nichols, the city awarded them a contract of the London and Southside Development Plan in October of 2018 for a total of $325,000 of the taxpayers' money. Since then, Freese & Nichols has held public meetings, presentations, done surveying, data collection, and produced a very appealing London area development plan, a packet of information that you as city council members and the developers are selling as the vision of the growth of London. So here's where I'm confused. I would like to refer you to London Area Development Plan Map, Future Land Use of London, dated November 18, 2019. It's found on the city's website. I'm asking you to note that these projections show either low or medium density areas in London. This is what has been determined and recommended. But the actual truth and what has recently been approved through the zone changes feels like high density zoning. It's remarkably different from either low or medium density. The current approved zoning in the London area allows number of housing units where there are currently few. Also, we are hearing the commercial zoning west of the high school is increasing, which will allow higher density zoning. What's the bottom line? The number of houses. More houses means more tax revenue and more money for the builder and the developer. The almighty dollar is taking place over the best interest of the health of the London area. In addition, I would like you to note that MPM's request nearly doubles the commercial multifamily zoning within the proposed development, far from the rural living that you and the developers are promoting. You are taking away the character of our rural community and placing a black mark on it. You are setting a precedence here. The current development plan for the London identifies low to medium density housing as a target. That meaning that took the principle is that London is an area that should not be developed at the density levels of the rest of the city. Currently, the systems and roads and utilities in the London area are not able to handle the increased capacity that RS 4.5 zoning will likely bring. This is land mismanagement 101, and quite frankly, deceiving the public. We are talking low-density principles, but we are seeing developments in high-density development of RS 4.5. What's the point of you spending $325,000 of your taxpayers' money to develop a vision that you're not even going to follow from the very beginning? Just because a developer comes to you, petitions you for a zoning type to allow them to build small lots and homes and apartments in the area, even though you can, doesn't mean you should. Where is the public inputs here? And finally, I would like to point out something that's obvious. There is no one up here sitting today that represents anybody from the county. We have zero representation. The best I can do is come here, talk for 3 minutes, and ask you to do and listen to the people of the London area. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Watson.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. My name is Brian Watson. I live at 5813 Hugo Drive in Corpus Christi. I want to thank Chief Rocha for his firemen being such good neighbors. This whole North Beach business reminds me of what went on when the push to develop Padre Island was taking root. If I may use her name, Miss Slavic stuck to her guns after the general election in which that was voted down or disapproved the annexation or whatever they were after. And she made the distinctive statement that the voters have spoken and we need to respect that. Somehow the island got developed, and what's out there now is pretty bleak and unpleasant, and with the failure of Schlitterbahn or whatever they call it now. I mean, you know, we make all these assumptions if we'll just do this and spend money and have all these studies and do this procedure, that procedure, things will work out. That's not always the case. I'm not a geologist. I studied quite a bit of it in school, though, and I think that you're going to have some problems over there if you build a canal. You know, some 9 or 10 years ago, when Mayor Martinez was grappling with the North Beach, the erosion at North Beach, I suggested that the placement of the aircraft carrier and the development of the Texas State Aquarium property had so interrupted the natural flow of water down the ship channel and into the bay that the sediment was simply not reaching North Beach. And I think the next I heard was that they were feeding it artificially with buying sand and shipping it in and unloading it there on the beach. I don't know. I haven't been over there quite some time, so I don't know what the status of that is. But I hope that whatever your decision is, you'll bear in mind that this is not a circus. This is not a zoo, as the mayor has reiterated repeatedly. This is taxpayer money. It can't be taken for granted. And that's something we all have to bear in mind because we're all taxpayers too. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. This is the first time I've actually stood up and have talked. I'm a new owner in North Beach. My husband and I, we bought 3 condos there. And we're very aware of the issues with the drainage. My husband is a contractor, so I know some of it. But I grew up in San Antonio. I watched the Riverwalk go up. I saw the development of the Riverwalk, and I saw all the tourists that have come in on the Riverwalk and how much money that it brings in to San Antonio. We purchased in North Beach because of this canal and hoping that this will go in and the beautification that it will just become would be incredible. I grew up coming to Corpus Christi from the time I was 2 on up. And again, this is the first time that we actually purchased. And the reason why we purchased in North Beach is because of this development and this canal and the boardwalk all coming through. I think it's a great idea. I think that it will bring money, the economics into Corpus Christi. It's a no win-win situation. It needs to come through, and I'm hoping that y'all will vote this in. I am so excited about this project, and we do not need a ditch. We need an actual canal, like a river walk. We actually need this. I think it will absolutely do wonders for Corpus Christi and North Beach. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Pamela Walline. That's with an O-U-A-L-L-I-N-E. And that would be Surfside, 3938 Surfside.
Thank you.
Corpus Christi. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Arnold Tapia, and I reside at 2303 Mary Street. I'm here to oppose Lamar School campus being a homeless shelter. Apparently, the Good Samaritan and the Rochelle Foundation are in partnership, and they would tell you that they've done a great job and it'll be a great job here at Lamar. But the thing is that you cannot compare the two campuses. The Good Samaritan, I think you would have to travel like 3,000 yards before you hit a residential home. There's a lot of empty vacant space. There's commercial businesses, but it's not like Lamar School campus. Lamar School campus is densely residential. What if I were to tell you that across the street on Moore Street there's one drug house? What if I were to tell you that on 19th Street there's 2 drug houses? On 2200 block of Mary, there's 1 drug house. And on the 2300 block of Mary, there's another drug house. And people can just, anybody that's living at the Lamar School campus can just cross the street and purchase drugs. It's not the same. It's not the same environment as a Good Samaritan. I support the Good Samaritan. I donate to the Good Samaritan. From what I see, they're doing a very good job. But you cannot compare them. We are already exasperated with problems at this, as a neighbor there around the Lamar School campus. It's already, we already have a homeless population there surrounding the area, and people come into, people who would be rejected at the Lamar School campus would only have an already existent homeless population there.
Thank you, Mr. Tapia.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Day, D-A-Y, Manley, M-A-N-L-E-Y. I live at 6705 Faro Drive. I am a ratepayer and a taxpayer, and I've been paying for over 60 years, okay? The only way I have of knowing how my money is spent is by voting for you all and letting you all take care of how you spend my money. I expect you to do it very prudently, okay? I haven't always been happy with how you spend my money, okay? I didn't like all the thousands of palm trees on Ocean Drive. I wanted some blooming flowers and some shade trees. Okay, I don't like you building a road and then tearing the dadgum thing up with the trucks on my street. Okay, that happens all the time. I don't like a lot of the things that you do. I expect you to be professional. I expect you to be competent. I expect you to have involved your legal staff on this whole thing from the very beginning, not at the last. At the last. Okay? We have been through a lot. I don't usually come up here and speak like this. I don't usually complain. I'm complaining now because I want the best for our city. I want us to move forward. I'm not part of a, what do you call it, a public relations committee? No. I'm a taxpayer. I've paid for every school, every street, everything that this city has done. I have paid for it. I had a career here. I was in banking for over 50 years. So I know how these things work. I'm not stupid and I'm not incompetent. Okay, I know you all have your due diligence done by now. So as everybody has said, let's get this thing done. I can't believe what Mr. Blackard has given you, the proposals, the professionalism. I haven't ever seen anything like that. And I've seen a lot of stuff. I've sold a lot of property and I've done a lot of things as a banker. I want you to get it done and I want you to get it done now. Thank you.
Okay, how many more individuals are speaking? Wow, okay. Yes. Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon, City Council and Mayor. I appreciate being able to speak in front of you. My wife and I, Pamela, are new owners of a property here in Corpus Christi. We're from San Antonio. I'm a contractor and I've got a background in architecture. And I would like to say, if y'all will study the history of San Antonio and the development of the Riverwalk, it boiled down to one very crucial moment when the San Antonio Conservation Society got up in front of the City Council many, many years ago and did a little puppet show. And it was about the goose that laid the golden egg. And the little puppet show was the only thing. The city of San Antonio, in its Riverwalk, there's a U-shaped section of the Riverwalk. It was flooding downtown. And the Corps of Engineers said, we'll just cut that off. We'll do a straight shot. We'll eliminate that. And we'll eliminate the city because there won't be a curve where the water will go out of its bounds. And the Conservation Society, the ladies of San Antonio Conservation Society got up and said, now hold on. We can do something with this river. We can make something out of this. It's just a ditch behind these office buildings. It's dirty. It's, you know, no, we can put shops. It was known as the Shops of Aragon. And the architect, H.H. Hugman, who was very instrumental in the development of that, got up and came up with a plan. He'd been to Venice. He had a vision for what San Antonio could be. And the City Council listened to the people of the Conservation Society and the people that were for this. They didn't just pave over that horseshoe in the Riverwalk. They made history. And you guys have an opportunity to make history for the city of Corpus Christi and the South Texas, and make this the destination spot for people to come to. We've worked hard. We've bought 3 condos and come down here every weekend and worked 18, 20-hour days. And we're seeing the return on our investment. We're renting these condos out. We're getting 5-star reviews. We're making money. And we would like to see this property increase in value. We want to retire here. We might want to stay here, you know, and spend more time here and be a part of this city. We have an opportunity to to do this. And with y'all's help, we can all benefit from this river. Thank you.
Sir, your name and address? Sir, your name and address?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I'm Guy Chipman, and at 3938 Surfside Boulevard, 1111, 1140, 1142.
Ray Madrigal de Pancho Villa. Everybody's talking about the homeless, but who's doing anything about it? I understand from some people that the Ed Rochelle Foundation is doing something about that. They're committed, supposedly, to building over 300 beds for people that are homeless. That's what I call action. A lot of people talk about what they want to do, but they don't do anything, you know, and these people are investing in at Lamar Elementary to convert that into a homeless shelter. My friend here, Tapia, he just talked a minute ago. He lives directly across the street from Lamar Elementary. He feels very affected by that situation. And I had never heard anybody say, well, there's a drug house over here and a drug house over there. I suggest that he take those addresses to the chief of police that's sitting over there and tell him, look, chief, there's a drug house over here, so what are you going to do about it? That's action, doing something about what you have. And the other thing that I noticed was, let me see his name, Jeff Brackett. I think he's still here. That you over there, sir? Okay. I've heard people say, well, we want to do this and we want to do that. And I heard him on Bob Jones' show. I get my information from Bob Jones. And he actually said that he would finance the canal. Did you, sir? Did you say that? Yeah. Okay. Here we have somebody that is willing to put up the money. We don't see that very often in Corpus Christi. So why not let him invest the money? And he said, pay me whenever you can. Pay me whenever you can. Okay, so I don't know. A lot of you people are maybe are not from Corpus, but I'm from Corpus, and I've been here forever. And we used to go in the cotton picking days to North Beach. It was a favorite place for everybody to go. So I think it would be a plus for the city of Corpus Christi to do the canal. We always look at, well, who's going to pay for it? Who's going to pay for it? Rudy Garza's going to pay for it? No. But that man over there said he was willing to pay for it. And Bob Jones sometimes have guests at his program. And another thing, Mr. Brackett, I hope I got the name right. What happened to Faro Valley? I think he was in charge of, wanted to convert that into a village, but we lost track of him. Where are we in that project? It's been over 5 years, if I'm correct, over 5 years, and I think if you go by there, the place looks terrible, terrible. Where's our code enforcement? Because there's a lot of trash over there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Taylor Oldroyd with the Corpus Christi Association of Realtors at 4825 Everhart. Greetings, Mayor and council members. This community welcomed me warmly about 5 months ago with your graciousness and started feeding me yummy tacos, so I think I'll stay for a while. I'm excited to be here. And I've seen a united Corpus Christi. This morning we all gathered and lobbied against a TWIA rate increase, and I'm happy to report 0 rate increase. I don't know if you've been able to check your phone yet, but we won. And I think North Beach should be another unanimous victory for us. I think if we scheduled a meeting of stakeholders, say this current discussion wasn't going on and we scheduled a meeting of stakeholders, I think we'd come up with a pretty similar plan that's what is being proposed today. So we encourage your support for it, and I think a resolution of some type can be passed unanimously to secure the funds from the developers. I think that's why the TERS exists, why we supported that. So we encourage a vote and your support for the Grand Canal drainage solution. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, City Manager.
My name is James McGill. I live at 451 Southern Drive. That is a recent investment this year, 2019, in Corpus Christi here. I know a lot of you councilmen up here personally, and I think a lot of you guys understand how passionate I am about the city and how much I really care for this project. And I don't think there's much else that needs to be said today other than what the 20, 30 plus people here stated about the project. And I do vote yes, and your yes vote goes much further than just this canal. I'm probably one of the youngest ones that stood up here today to speak to you, and I plan to be here for a long time. I'd like to be here for a long time. And this vote today, seriously, just will change my vision on this city for the better. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this turns out today. Thank you guys, and thank y'all for allowing me the opportunity to invest in my own personal piece of property here as well, other than my home today. So, thank y'all. Yes, Chad is my brother, and I think a lot of you think that I might be here today just specifically for him, but it's not something that only my brother's instilled in me, but our father as well in this community, and he was a big advocate, and kind of not just Chad alone here that's got me here today. It's a lot of you guys as well, so thank you.
Oh, I may be the last one. No, one more, okay. First off, no one has ever asked for a blank check. We can say it as a soundbite as many times as we want to. That is not true. I'm a fiscal conservative, and as a conservative, I understand the value of spending money to make money and getting a return on your investment. This project does that. It isn't a blank check. The county has made a significant contribution that appeared to be welcomed by the city manager yesterday. We have authorized the hiring of an engineering firm to conduct a Nueces County drainage assessment. We have allocated $250,000 towards permitting and environmental fees. This community has a fundamental right to be protected by floodwaters. This is a duty of government, not a luxury. The fact that a developer will act with a major capital project is an opportunity to create a return on infrastructure investment. Delay is nothing more than inaction, and there is a fundamental requirement that cities and counties act in the best interest of citizens. That is why you are elected to represent the citizens, not your interest or the interest of the staff or your donors. We are ready at the county to put forth grants that could change the landscape of this drainage project. If you want to be a resilient community, then you have to act when given the chance. Your opportunity is now. For this project, the city has the financial funds. It has the intellectual ability on the staff to address the concerns raised. It has the support by the people who live in North Beach and others in the city of Corpus Christi. The question is, does its leaders have the courage to make the policy decisions to create a better future that affects generations to come? Vote yes, and we will join you at the county to create the quality of life and the place we deserve to live. Thank you to the 5 brave council members, Michael Hunter, Ben Molina, Everett Roy, Rudy Garza, and Gil Hernandez, who have stood up and fought for us and been our champions against all the obstacles that have been put in your way. Last thing is trust between the people and the politicians. You have to be trusted by the people who elected you. The people have to trust that if there is a yes vote, the city staff will fulfill the directive given to them by the council in good faith to fix the canal, work with the developers, and do what they pledged to do. All across this nation, we have lost trust in government. Trust is about honesty, integrity, transparency, and being ethical. Unfortunately, I haven't seen a lot of that here lately. Please, if you can't lead the city, you don't support this, get out of the way and let the others lead it and make a difference in what our city can be. I'm tired of hearing that the council members have never said they don't support it. Actions speak louder than words. Thank you, Jeff Blackard and Lynn Frazier, for wanting to invest in our community. Only in the city of Corpus Christi would we have developers come and say, we want to give you money, we want to invest, and we say, go home. Thank you.
Marsha Williams, 6006 Strasburg Drive. I am on City Planning and Zoning Committee, and I wasn't going to talk, but there's a lot of transparency that's not happening, and I just felt I need to say something. We've got consent item number 23, which is $110 million for utility. We also have a discussion about a desalination plant. I think there's been some things that have come before the council before for somebody else to do a desalination plant, and that kind of just went away. The fluent water was presented by a study that the city had done and paid for. I've been on city planning zoning for 8 years, and at one point we did a study on the sewer system, which is up for a federal mandate to come up to speed, and it hasn't done that yet. And one of the things that was recommended on that report was that we take the existing sewer plants, and I don't know the details exactly, but we were to take the existing sewer plants, convert some of them to lift stations, and put a giant sewer plant out by the airport, and the effluent off of that would pay for practically the whole sewer system, be sold to the commercial districts. You need to go back and look at that. It may have been before some of you are on there. I've been around about 8 years, and that whole plan that about $1 million was paid for went right in the garbage can. Nothing happened to that. There's been other stuff I've seen come through that just kind of went away. And part of the things is I see this $110 million here that is to go toward utility reimbursement or something. Could part of that be set aside, not transparently, for the desalination? There's not room for that desalination in there and that canal. So you're going to do one or the other. Is some of the reason that this canal is not being done, the desalination money needs to be coming out of that? I just have a little concern that that's what I'm getting the feeling of. And if that's true, then there's not a transparency being put forward here. I think y'all are having an issue with there's some costs not being come forth on what it's going to cost to do some of this stuff. So if that's the case, and we don't know the infrastructure costs of everything, why are we annexing 450 acres, 250 acres, and the other night another 250 acres, not knowing the exact cost of that infrastructure either? But we're annexing. We've already annexed once, stopped the windmills, and then we de-annexed because we couldn't provide services. Now we're doing the same thing again with 3 other subdivisions. I have a little issue when talking out of both sides of your mouth on furnishing utilities and not knowing the cost when you have an issue with the canal, but you don't have an issue with annexation. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. So there's just the gentleman in blue and you, sir? Okay, after this gentleman. Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, I know you've been sitting here listening to a lot of this. Steve Goldman, 6630 Clarion Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas. And you've received a lot of information, comprehensive on what to do in decision-making here with North Beach. I don't know that you get this kind of information or as much in volume as you do on bond issues. And here it is, it seems like we're still apprehensive and waiting. It doesn't make any sense. If you go back and look what's going on here, I understand some of your concerns. Every area of the city, including your districts, or the entire city if you're at large, is requiring some maintenance, is requiring some needs to repair. But we have to spend our money wisely. And here we have an opportunity before us with North Beach, which is a return on investment. If you were just to imagine that you purchased a home for $41,000, and 30 years later, you sell that home for $230,000 on a regular mortgage, that would be an incredible investment. That's North Beach. Just make it millions. $41 million to fix this thing and solve a problem for the city. And then you turn around and you've got $230 million. We are not talking about the jobs. That's not even including that. Look at all the contractors, electricians. Look at all the students who graduated from high school that will have jobs to work here. We are losing kids in this place. We've got this outstanding university. We've got an outstanding college, Del Mar. We've got this incredible thing happening out in Faro Valley. We ever get out of this lawsuit. And now we've got another opportunity here in North Beach. And we're debating this. It doesn't make any sense. The profit is there. We need you to take it. It's if I have a house and I've got a roof that's tore off and I've got to go to my insurance company and come to a panel of 9 people and ask these folks, will you fund my roof to be repaired? All we need is for you to vote yes. You voted 9-0 on getting us through the TERS piece of it. But was that a political statement? Because it bought you time to make it look good, as if we're doing something? People in Corpus Christi are tired of us trying to do something. We need some action, and you have the chance to make it happen. We want that canal because it encourages economic growth. We want those jobs that are permanent that Jeff has talked about, Mr. Blackard. We want the jobs of contract workers and work for our kids coming out of school even now without degrees, and the trades they can get into to make this happen. And we're waiting. I don't know what else we can do, but here's what I would ask and plead of you. If you choose to vote no on this, for whatever political reasons or whatever that may be, the least you could do is let us all know what it is you're withholding for. Vote, not just vote yes, but when you say no, tell us why you're voting no. Because when the next elections come up, we'll get to decide whether we're going to choose you or someone else.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Okay, Mr. Taubman will be our last speaker.
Hi, excuse me. Andy Taubman, 5601 SPID. Mayor, council members, city manager, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. I guess I'd like to start by just saying, if you support the canal, please stand up. I think there's a lot of people who haven't said or done anything. I just want to show what's going on. All right. Let me just say that as somebody who's done and built lots of things, you never know what the price tag is when you're going in. If you have an old building and you're fixing it up, until you rip off that top layer and see what the condition is underneath it, you'll never know. And I think building new things or building canals are much like that. So while an engineering firm, Urban, has given you the estimate of $41 million, and then of course there's going to need to be some engineering and some contingencies and things like that, I think the fixation on the $41 million is a red herring. If you look at the numbers, if you spend money, you make money. I think if you spend $41 million in a 20-year time frame, you'll make $60 million more than you spend. On a 30-year time frame, you'll make about $130 million more than you spend, which means if the price tag is 40 or 50 or 60, it's still worth it. So to get fixated on a number, I think, is wrong. Now, what I think is important is to say, why are we doing this? First and foremost, I think it's for Lynn Frazier, who has done with his actions that which very few do, which is to support a neighborhood. Secondly, I think we're doing it for the people of North Beach who have a stake in this. Mr. Blackard and Mr. Frazier only own a couple % of what's on North Beach. Most of the decision that you make will go for the residents of North Beach. Next, we're doing it for the citizens of Corpus Christi, for what it means to the city, for what it means to the economic development. Who's next? The environment. We've done so much for the industrial base of the city, but not very much for the environment. This is a real opportunity to address that. Next, who are we doing this for? For the Lexington and for the aquarium, who are major attractions, major economic drivers that need your support. And last but not least, I'm asking you to do it for yourselves, because it's a legacy item that I think will be very important. Now, I think the process has been terrible. I think the process has been terrible to this point. I think there's blame on both sides to be laid. I think we should pass this, and I think we should move on, and I think we should make this successful, which is an element of trust that is so important. Trust between you and the voters, trust between the city and the developer, each of whom have a lot to contribute to that. So that's what I ask. And last but not least, I remembered what my grandfather told me. My grandfather, he was a very wealthy man, and he said, you know what, son? Good opportunities don't come around very often, but when you see one, you gotta act on it because they don't come back. Please vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taubman. Ladies and gentlemen, the public comment period is closed. Thank you. Mayor, can you turn your microphone on?
First, let me thank everyone for coming, and we appreciate that very much. The agenda item actually comes up a little later, but we've, Mr. Engel, we've got board and committee appointments, and Mr. Engel is up for, or the Port Commission is up for appointment, and his, and we've got some others. Let's make these 2 or 3 different board or committee appointments, and then we'll go to take the lunch break. So if we could, since he's been here and so long, I'd open it up for board and committee appointments, starting off with the Port of Corpus Christi Authority in Nueces County. Mr. Engel is up for reappointment.
Yes, I move to reappoint.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any other discussion or any other nominations? If not, entertain a motion for a reappointment by acclamation.
So move. Second.
All right, all in favor say
There
aye.
was a motion and a second.
All
So,
opposed?
yeah, for the record, the motion was made by Mr. Barrera, the second by Mr. Hunter. So,
All right.
all aye.
Mr. Engel, where are you? Have you already left?
Congratulations.
Sorry for the long wait, but congratulations on your reappointment. Well, these folks might like to go over to the port and have some fun one of these days. You never know. Okay. I think Ms. Where did we talked about the EDC? There was some requests to delay that.
Yes, sir. There's been some requests to delay this appointment until January, the first meeting in January. Reason being just to get a more diverse and inclusive list of applicants.
Okay. Anybody have any problem with delaying that till pulling this one for today? Hearing none. Electrical Advisory Committee, we'll pull it then. I didn't hear any opposition. Electrical Advisory Committee, we got 5
Yes, sir.
vacancies.
5 vacancies. They represent the categories of 1 registered professional engineer, 1 master electrician, 1 commercial builder, 1 home builder, and 1 electrical engineer. However, we are recommending the postponement of the commercial builder, the home builder, and the electrical engineer for further recruitment. That
Okay.
leaves us with 2 appointments for today. They're reappointments, 2 individuals seeking reappointment, Mr. McMullen and Mr. Cervantes. And one is a registered professional engineer, the other master electrician. Okay,
All right,
thank you.
there's a motion, second, third, and fourth for the
Uh-huh.
reappointment of the 2. All in favor, any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Then you say you've got 3 that we'll have to reapply or
Yes, sir.
reopen for
Yeah,
that?
we'll handle
Okay.
those when we get more applicants.
All right, and the Landmark Commission?
Yes, sir. There's 2 vacancies, 1 regular member and 1 real estate. And you do have 2 applicants to look at for that one.
All right, entertain, do we want to do them one at a time, or do we want to do?
One at a time, if we could, just take nominations for the real estate.
Okay, we got a nomination for on the,
Myron Grossman for the real
Okay.
estate.
Mr. Smith nominates Mr. Grossman.
all right, there's any other nominations? We got a motion and a second from Mr. Grossman. I think he was sitting out here somewhere. Isn't that right? Yeah, okay. We had to wait a long time. Thank you for waiting. All right, any other nominations?
Okay, so we're going to close nominations for Mr. Grossman for real estate.
Okay, and all in favor of Mr. Grossman, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay, and then next we have a regular member.
Not that you're irregular, Mr. Grossman, you understand. All right, regular, I guess, just a
Regular member, there's just one.
citizen, not a designated.
Correct, just
Okay.
no specific category.
Member at large.
So move to appoint Madeline Fontenot.
Okay.
Second.
All right, any other nominations in that? Is she here by chance?
I don't think so. Mm-mm.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay, then we have the NPID, the North Padre Island Development Corporation. There's 5 vacancies, and historically, council members have been appointed to this board. So Mr. Garza, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Molina, Mr. Roy, and Mr. Smith are eligible for reappointment.
Move to reappoint.
Second.
Oh. Then, no, for lack of second, we couldn't get
No
it all
time
on.
for lack of second.
We're on the
No,
floor.
there was a second.
All right. All in favor of the North Padre Island Development, 5 vacant nominees, say aye. Is there a second? Second.
Yes,
All in
there
favor
was.
say aye.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right.
So last but not least, we have the reinvestment zone number 4. We do have 1 community member that we are seeking appointments for.
I'd like to nominate Carrie Myers.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and second. Is there any other nominees? All in favor of Ms. Myers, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay,
All
that
right.
concludes our appointments. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, let's see here, I've got to get over here to, I gotta do this right, stay out of trouble with Ms. Huerta. Where are we here, Ms. Huerta?
Page number 6, Mayor, at the top.
Okay. All right, the council will go into executive session on item 41, and for those of you interested in item 41, I think it reads as, well, item 41, let me get back over to page 6.
Item 41 is on page 8.
The council will go into executive session per item 41, the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, and 551.087. And the agenda item is, well, you said it's 48. Actually, it's
41,
38.
Mayor.
41.
Yes, sir. It's an executive session.
It's about the North Beach Canal, but it's agenda item, I'm sorry.
It's agenda item 39, Mayor.
There it is, okay. On the ordinance concerning a canal on North Beach. So, council will go into executive session and have lunch and have this discussion and return when we return. All right, we've concluded our executive session and our lunch. It wasn't all lunch. Doug, I see that grin on your face down there. Anyway, when we get the information back from the attorney, we'll deal with our executive session. But in the meantime, I entertain a motion on item number H, the approval of the minutes from November 19th.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second on the minutes for November 19th. Is there any corrections, additions, deletions, modifications?
There's also a workshop, Mayor, December 3rd.
I'm sorry, and the workshop for
Yes, sir.
December 3rd.
Yeah, motion include both.
All in favor, say, any public comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Board and committee appointments, we've done that, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, that gets us over to the consent agenda items 3 through 24, and we need to pull number 6 until we deal with another agenda item, and we need to pull number 8. We have 2 council members that, as I understand it, Ms. Huerta will be abstaining from this one. Is that correct on number 8?
Yes, sir.
All right. So entertain a motion, or if anybody has, or in the public also, anybody on agenda items 3 through 24 that you want to have pulled for further discussion. We've already pulled 6 and 8. Anybody have any of those in 3?
Can we pull number 23, please?
23?
Yes.
23, okay, you want to pull 23. Anything else? Any council member have any other than 6, 8, and 23? Any staff, Mr. Manager, you have any comments on, staff have anything on those consent agenda items?
No, Mayor, we do have some good improvements on here, though, including some work at the marina and some improvements at our city-owned facilities, including the Art Center and our Art Museum. So those are on there for improvement for the community.
All right. Seeing no lights lit up on the thing, I'll entertain a motion for approval of consent items 3 through 24 with the exception of 6, 8, and 23.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, item number 8, let's do that. And the 2 that are good abstain, you want to identify those?
Well, for
the
number
record?
6, if we can just table that until after the MPID meeting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just that one, our bond council has recommended that that item be considered after the MPID meeting. It's a certain order that's required.
All right, entertain a motion to table number 6.
So moved. Second.
Motion and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, item number 6 is tabled. Item number 8, if you're one of the ones that's going to abstain on item 8, please, all right. Everett and Rudy, for the record, you got?
Yes.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion on item 8.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any comment from the public on item 8? Anybody on the council? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All right, that gets us through the, right, or did we get to
Number
23?
23, please, Mayor.
Okay, who was it? Gil, you need, Mr. Hernandez, you need item 23. Who would be there for that?
Good afternoon, Judy Sandrusi with the Finance and Business Analysis Department. Item number 23 is a resolution to allow the city to reimburse itself from future utility revenue bond proceeds for costs associated with our fiscal year 20 capital budget. This is standard municipal bond practice designed to save municipalities money. It's outlined in the U.S. Treasury Regulations Title 26, Section 1.150-2. We'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Mr. Hernandez, I think you wanted to ask a
Yes.
question.
And I want to thank both of you for actually reaching out to me and meeting me with you on this. And the more I thought about it after our discussion, the more I thought about how much we're actually talking about here and how much we're actually going to be able to get done. So this actually goes beyond 1 year's worth of actual work. And it goes almost to 18 months, I think, was your cutoff for this, right? So we're actually authorizing the expenditure for beyond just what we're going to be doing in this fiscal year. And I think that is probably a little bit more than what I'm willing to accept. And I was wondering if there was if realistic, we can use a realistic number of what we're going to be actually spending this year and approve that amount versus the full 110.
Council member, excuse me, Constance Sanchez, the 110,000 is part of the fiscal 20 capital improvement budget, and so that's the number that why we use that dollar amount, the 110 million.
Right, and then as I recall, we had the discussion as to what we're actually get accomplished and how much we're actually going to be able to do realistically. And we looked at a historical aspect of this on how much of the capital budget for this year that we actually do, and it's roughly about 80%. And I said if we could get a realistic of what we're actually going to be completing and do it for this year, if we could do that way, so we're authorizing the exact amount for this year and not for beyond this fiscal year. So that's what I was asking.
I guess the expectation is that we will be utilizing the full 110 million.
Is that realistic? Have we ever?
To the utilities.
Yes,
Yeah.
as realistic as we think.
Yes.
This is provided to us by the utility departments. This is what there's planned for this year. Is the city manager directed all the departments that have any capital projects to get things done. So the expectation is that they're going to at least get the contracts to you guys to sign this year.
We're not going to pay when they sign the contracts.
Well, but once we sign the contract, we have to encumber the funds. So we
Right.
have to have them available to things. So even if they don't start the actual physical construction, once we have the contract at your signature, we have to have the
All right,
funds.
so I guess this is a question for Mark. Are we going to get to all these projects this year? This fiscal year?
Oh, we don't know.
Van Vleck, Assistant City Manager. As Camille said, our goal is to get them. And much of this is associated with the streets. And the streets are, he's given us a pretty strong that you are going to get the streets under award. And if that's the case, most of this money is actually in support of the street bonds. So
okay,
that's why we put it in there.
I'm going to hold you to it. We're going to get all this work done.
That's the plan.
I understand you had some losses in your engineering department, so I'm a little concerned. But, okay. Thank you.
Move to approve.
All right, got the motion to approve. Is there a second? Got a second. Any public comment? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, now, we're going to recess. No, don't go anywhere. We're going to recess from under item L so that we can deal. We're going to recess the council meeting, but we're going to go right into a meeting of the North Padre Island Development Corporation to deal with some issues. So the city council meeting is in recess.
Okay. We're going to open the North Padre Island Development Corporation meeting on Tuesday, December 10th, 2019 at 5:21. Ms. Rebecca, can you please call the...
Yes, sir. President Greg Smith.
Here.
Board members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Rudy Garza.
Here.
Paulette Guajardo. Gail Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Joe McComb.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Here.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Okay, we do have a quorum present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. We'll open it up now to public comment for the North Padre Island Development Corporation meeting. Seeing none, next item is approval of the minutes of the August 27th, 2019. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Treasurer's report.
Good evening. My name is Judy Vialon. I'm the Assistant Treasurer for the North Padre Island Development Corporation. Handed out just now was the September financial information, and in your packet is the financial information for the month ending October 31st. Is there a PowerPoint? The beginning fund balance was $14,812,258 as of October 1st. There was a net decrease of $8,167,396 during the month. The ending fund balance is $6,644,682 as of October 31st, 2019. The net decrease includes $9,786,789 transfer to the Capital Improvement Fund that was approved during the budget process. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Thank you. No questions? Okay. Next item, motion approving expenditures is laid out in Exhibit H of the revised project and financing plan for tax increment reinvestment zone number 2. Ms. Medrano.
Good evening, Mr. President and board members. Arlene Medrano, Business Liaison. As President Smith said, this is a motion approving expenditures as laid out in Exhibit H, and Exhibit H is your TERS number 2 project and financing plan. And this motion is to revise that project and financing plan to increase the project cost for the Park Road 22 bridge by $2,884,815.66, bringing the total TERS 2 contribution, which is the project cost towards the construction of PR 22 bridge, to $6,884,815.66. And this is one approval in a long list of approvals required to expend TERS $2. And so the TERS 2 board did approve this item on November 12th, and City Council did approve via first reading the amendment to the project and financing plan. This board, NPIDC, holds the funds for TERS number 2, and so your approval is required in order to expend those funds. And item 5 on the agenda will seal the deal. 6, sorry.
Any questions? To the public out there, at 10 o'clock, we had the TERS number 2 meeting that we went over all this stuff. This is strictly procedural. So you see us with no discussion. We did have our discussion earlier in the TERS number 2 meeting. So I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. 5:25, being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
Okay, that's item number L. Then with 25, we just had that. We go back to...
It's a consent item number 6.
Yeah.
If we can take it from the table.
I need a motion to bring back item number 6 that was tabled earlier.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, anybody want to make any comment or presentation on that? On item number 6?
Motion to approve.
Just a real quick question on that.
Okay.
One question. Just want to make perfect clear, this is the bridge for Park Road 22. Did this amount that we approve, that we're approving, include for the purchase of a lift station that was required, as I understood, was required because we're changing the...
Mayor, for the record, Keith Selman, Assistant City Manager. No.
Okay, so we're going to have to, is that going to be a utility project coming up later that we're going to have to pay, include?
It's a separate project out of utilities, and it's funded. The utilities element, which is a force main and lift station, will be coming to council at a different time for funding. It'll be a gravity feed to a lift station on the east side of Park Road 22, because this canal project is going to sever the current gravity feed. And then the force main will go to the other gravity feed that's located on Whitecap.
Okay, so as I understand, we're going to have to pay additional money outside of what we're going to pay for the bridge for the lift station. That's how much? Do we know?
It was in excess of $3
million?
Yeah, I think that was about the ballpark. We do not have the easements for that just yet, but when we bring that forward, that's when we'll have the numbers for you.
Okay, so since this canal is going in, we're using utility funds to pay for it, pay for the portion of this,
It's a separate utility project. That lift station, though, and force main are needed regardless.
Because of the canal?
Or
because of the bridge?
Not solely because of the bridge, because of other capacity that'll be coming on the east side of the Park Road.
Again,
22.
we're having to do it because we have no way to do it gravity-wise, right?
But still, that gravity line will not carry full loads. The gravity line that's there now.
Okay, I appreciate the
From
hedging
the east,
on it.
From the east side of Park Road 22.
Thank you.
That's not a hedge.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Selman? So when you say the other side, so the development that's going in, the Lake Padre, this is necessary.
Correct.
That's the additional capacity, that $500 million development?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's where that extra capacity will be coming from.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on item 6? Any comments from the public? Item 6? Entertain a motion for approval?
There is a motion and a second on the floor.
All right, there's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, then that should get us through the 25, 20.
Takes us to 26, Mayor.
26. All right, but before we do that, I think we, Miles, this is the result of the discussion at the executive session?
That's the result of the discussions that City Council
All right.
Directed us to.
All right, this, for those of you that have stuck around, and I'm sure this is why, this is a result of the discussions that the council had concerning the North Beach project. And I'd like to call on the senior member of our at-large delegation to share with you the ordinance that was discussed in there, and then if he's so moves, well, then we'll find somebody to make a second.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion for an ordinance authorizing a navigable canal on North Beach, whereas the term navigable canal in this proposed ordinance refers to the canal presented to the City Council on October 29, 2019 by Urban Engineering. Specifically, the term navigable canal refers to option 3 presented to the City Council on such date, shown in the attached Exhibit A, and there's a drawing, as may be modified from time to time to provide the best engineering practices and changes necessary to secure required permits, subject to the limitations of any change that the canal must be navigable and substantially in the same footprint as proposed, with the exception of the location of the channel connecting the navigable canal to Corpus Christi Bay. And whereas the city of Corpus Christi understands that the navigable canal could possibly impact economic development issues and drainage issues on North Beach to the benefit of all citizens and property owners on North Beach, apart from future development. Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Corpus Christi to hereby pass this ordinance to achieve the following. Section 1, subject to funding appropriated by City Council, determination of suitable title, completion of citywide public input process, and completion of required permitting, the city will pre-design, design, and construct a navigable canal on North Beach for the amount not to exceed $41,200,000, with the construction to be complete on or before January the 1st, 2025. Section 2, funding for the navigable canal should come from various sources. Debt by issuing revenue bonds, including such bonds from the revenue funds, hot tax funds to the extent allowed by statute, TERS funds properly authorized by a financing plan approved by the TERS board, the seawall fund to the extent allowed by the ballot language, stormwater capital improvement program, various grants, unassigned interest earned from operating budgets and capital budget funds, and Nueces County's help. Section 3, the city manager or designee is directed to authorize to accomplish through appropriate interaction with city council, staff, and others, the presentation of an engineering and design contract for the navigable canal to city council for consideration of approval. Section 4, the city manager or designee is directed and authorized to take all steps necessary to identify funds and present items to City Council for consideration of approval to appropriate funds as described in Section 1 with certification made thereof. Section 5, the city manager or designee is directed and authorized to negotiate with Nueces County to secure the county's full participation to procure all of our environmental studies, Phase 1 and Phase 2 if necessary, and permits as may be required to support construction of navigable canal.
All right, that's a motion.
That's it. That's a motion.
It's a substitute ordinance, yeah. A motion to approve a substitute ordinance as read by Mr. Garza.
All right,
I
is there a
second.
second? Second?
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any comment? Councilman, have a comment. Mr. Smith?
Can you turn your microphone on, Mr. Smith?
I'm sorry. This is one step in a process, and we've had a lot of people out from North Beach, and we've heard a constant issue is flooding. I don't want anybody out here to expect you still experience coastal flooding. So anytime those tides come up, this does not solve that. It will aid in your drainage when it rains. We just recently cleaned out all the inlets. We've raised North Shoreline. But do not think when we have those high tides that happen in the spring and the fall, those roads will continue to flood, and they may flood actually a little bit faster. Another thing, that this is a very long process. One thing, we're dependent on the harbor bridge with it. Part of this canal goes through the harbor bridge. And we're starting the permitting process when you're dealing through jurisdictional wetlands. There's another number of permits. So don't expect that canal to start tomorrow. And when the tides come up, expect North Beach to continue to flood. So I just want you all to know that from a drainage standpoint. This canal will really improve North Beach with it and the construction, but there still is going to be drainage issues. Thank you.
Mr. Barrera?
Thank you, Mayor, council members, and thank you everyone for coming. You know, I've gotten tons of calls saying, why are you opposed to this project? And I've always said that I was for the project. I've always said that we need to fix the drainage at North Beach. I don't know that this is the process to do that. The other things is that individuals in my district, maybe more of the groups that are more activists than anything else, have said, why are you going to spend $41 million just so a developer can get a millionaire can get a $15 million tax break? You know, when I have my drainage issues, I have my street issues, I have my challenges that we have to live with in our district. You know, I spoke in the last meeting how Mr. Motsagasi is going to spend $20 million in infrastructure before he builds a single home. So there are those issues that we also have to be responsible for. Now, that doesn't mean that we're not going to fix the drainage. So I'm going to agree to a prudent process, once again, where it's subject to find the funding, it's subject to engineering and permits, and in the sense that we're going to go through a public process, which I'll let one of my colleagues elaborate on, that we're going to move through this process. And I want to commend Carrie, you know, what is it? Because these are some of the statements that she made, that this is the process that we need to follow to go through, because we got to fix it. So those are my comments. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Mr. Hernandez?
You know, this was actually a very hard process to go through, and but I do appreciate a lot of the work that urban engineering has done. I want to thank you out personally, Chip. I know it's been hard on you as well, and I apologize for that. I'd like to also thank the North Beach Task Force, Carrie, for all your dedicated support in trying to get this thing done. As a representative for District 5, this isn't my district, but I could see the vision as an overall benefit for the city of Corpus Christi, and can be something very iconic. And I think it'd be something very much a legacy for us as a city to leave to our citizens in the future. So I appreciate this work, and I will understand that this is the beginning, not the end. And we have to continue to look forward to make sure that we're doing the right things, utilizing city money wisely, and making sure we're looking to improve on our processes all the way around. But anyway, I want to thank all those involved, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Mr. Roy?
First of all, I would like to thank the community, everyone that I've had the ability to talk to about this project, the North Beach Task Force, and I'd like to thank the council members and staff for working on this project. When you take a look at where this journey started, you know, there's been a lot of moving parts. There's been a lot of long hours. There's been some ups and downs. There's been a lot of conjecture in terms of people saying that we're following the right process, maybe not following the right process, breaking the law, abiding by the law, and doing all the things that you've heard here publicly. Not being good stewards, possibly, of the city's money. But I will tell you one thing, that myself and the members in council it's very important to us to make sure that, number one, we follow the right process, and number two, that we look out for the interests of North Beach. When we look at the journey, and this journey started basically not from these council members here. It started from the people in North Beach that came through with a list of things that they had concerns about. And that process has started long before. You know, the flooding, the issues with their utilities, the problems just in general with crime. When I first came on council, one of the first issues that Chief Marco worked with me on is just the overall aggressive panhandling that we had, aggressive vagrancy, homelessness, illegal crimes that happened out in the open, and we worked on that and we took care of it. When I first walked through with many of the community or the residents of North Beach, and we walked down the block, and I just took a look at what needed to be done. We've worked on those things. We've cleaned the area up. The city spent money, has spent monies already on improving. You know, there's a lot of people that sit there, and I hear this, and you know, during public comment, that's our job, is to listen. But they say that this city hasn't done anything in terms of moving things forward and not doing things that look out for people. We have the ability here, and again, I want to talk about the economics of this. We have the ability to make something happen in North Beach that will change that area forever. We have to take care of the drainage issue. But I want to make sure that when Chip Urban was up last week, I believe, talking to the group, that he said that this canal was the backbone of North Beach. And Chip, if I misquoted you, please correct me. He said that with this canal and the backbone, other things can happen. We still have work. We have work in this entire city to mitigate flooding. We still have problems. We hear about it, whether it be Oso Bay, whether it be the downtown area, there's work that we have. I appreciate one person, I don't see him here, but I also appreciate Mr. Frazier. Mr. Frazier, for those of you that may or may not know, he has already spent over $47 million in the North Beach area himself. And he's got other projects that he wants to bring forward. This is a very big win. Do we have work to do? Yes. Do we have to continue to monitor the process? Yes. Do we have to continue to make sure and work and provide direction to staff? Yes. But this is definitely a win here, and I appreciate everyone's support, everyone's hard work, and look forward to the future of North Beach. Thank you.
We voted on that, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
We have a motion and a second.
Okay.
And discussion.
Well, let me just say that I think the council did come together on this. It was a process that had it kind of started a different way. It might have come a little quicker, but I think we got to where we were wanting to. We did not. We know what our target price is. We've got the process there. We know we're having to deal with all the different agencies with the coastal project, and we're committed to addressing that drainage on North Beach. I'm proud the council came together. Several of us have been beat up pretty heavily out there in terms of the public comment, which is fine. That's no problem. That's what mayors and council members are there for. It was rather surprising to hear some of the comments from some of the people I heard them from, though, disappointing. But we're elected to do what's in the best interest of the city, and we think we've got a process here that will identify us helping to solve the drainage problem. I think Chip, as a tip of the hat to his integrity and honesty, when he was asked, will this solve the drainage problem, he said no. It'd go a long way, but it won't solve the drainage problem. So don't be buying an illusion that this canal is going to solve your drainage problem. You still may be walking to work in ankle-deep salt water until we can address all of the other issues dealing with drainage. But we do have a target to shoot for. If the agencies approve it, we're good to go. If they don't, we're back to square one in terms of a canal. But the drainage is a target that we're committed over time to get that done. So I'm pleased that we're able to do it. You said Mr. Frazier is not here. Is he sitting back in the back, or did he not hear? Well, I hope this meets his deadline. If it doesn't, that's a business decision that he's going to have to make. But I think we did everything we possibly could humanly to reach the goals that we wanted. This is if you'll recall, the legal opinion that we received Friday afternoon late was very discouraging in terms of none of us want to violate our oath of office to do anything illegal. And so I think, and this is to Miles' credit, I've had several attorneys that called me after they looked at it. And Miles, I don't know whether you think this is a compliment or not, but their comments were, I didn't think Miles had it in him. But that opinion he gave was pretty strong. And that's his job, he's not to take sides, he's just to keep us out of trouble. And we appreciate that very much. And his job also was, all right, you've told us why we can't do it. What does it take to make it legal? And we worked with him, and that's what we were doing there. And so we think we've addressed the issues so that everything that we've got here is done legally and within the law and within our authority. So that gives us all a lot of confidence to be able to take a vote on this. So. Ms. Huerta, is there any public? No, I'm not. They told me not to call public comment. We'll call for the roll.
Okay.
You want to?
So for passage of ordinance number 39 on its first reading, Mayor McComb? Or do you want me to do a roll call?
No, I'll go first because I was the one who took the biggest hits on this whole deal.
Okay.
I'm going to vote yes for it.
Okay. Council members Roy,
Yes.
Smith, Barrera, Garza,
Aye.
Guajardo, Hernandez,
Aye.
Hunter,
Aye.
and Molina.
Aye.
The ordinance passes.
Okay.
Hell, they clapped all the time. Now it's silent.
Okay. All right, well, we'll go to item number O. The public hearings on item number 26 through 28. Zoning case number 101905, Seaside Ventures the Third LLP. Mr. Patel, I want you to file those. Mr. Patel, he didn't hear me. Is that his name, Patel?
Yeah.
Say, Mr. Patel.
Mr.
Patel.
There you go.
All right, I expect you to be down here filing permit requests down here to build a hotel over there next month. Yeah, I want performance, I don't want promises. All right, here we go. Number 26, agenda item 26, a zoning case. Who's going to handle that?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. Michael Dice, Assistant Director of Development Services. The request before you is for the rezoning of a property at 7564 Brook Road from RSTH Townhouse District.
Well, hold on.
I'll just wait.
Let's take a 5-minute. Let's take a 5-minute recess. Let everybody kind of chit chat a minute. They seem to be enthralled with their conversation, so we'll do that. Take a 10-minute recess.
One, two, three, four.
Yeah, we will.
Okay, who we got? Have we got 5 here since?
Yep.
I mean, I'm glad we got that behind us. I was underwhelmed with their enthusiasm that we passed something. Okay, who's doing item number 26?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. Michael Dice here to assist, Assistant Director of Development Services. The request before you is for the rezoning of a property at 7564 Brook Road from RSTH Townhouse District to RS 4.5 Single Family 4.5 District. The purpose is to allow for the construction of single-family homes, and the applicant is Southside Ventures 3 LP, represented by Urban Engineering. The property is located along the west side of Oso Parkway, south of Mansions Drive, and west of Rodfield Road. The property fronts Oso Parkway, which is designated as a P1 Parkway collector. To the north, south, east, and west are platted single-family lots zoned RS 4.5. The intended use is to allow for the construction of single-family homes. The property is 5.8 acres in size, and it is unplatted. The subject property is currently zoned RSTH, and it consists currently of its vacant land and has remained vacant since annexation in 1995. The proposed rezoning to RS 4.5 is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, and it is compatible with the surrounding residential properties and the adjacent neighborhood. The property was originally zoned RS 4.5 and recently was rezoned to RSTH in 2017. This zoning request is to revert back to the original zoning of RS 4.5 district. The Planning Commission and staff recommends approval of the RS 4.5, Single Family 4.5 district. And we stand by for any questions.
All right, we'll open up the public hearing. Is the applicant here on item 26?
Move to approve.
We can close the public hearing and then.
All right, there's no comment. We got a motion to close the public hearing in a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right.
Okay.
Anybody on the council have a question on the zoning case?
Move to approve.
All right, there's a motion to approve item 26. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the next item 27, zoning case number 101902, DMPI Beach Investments.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The request before you is to rezone the property located at 14901 Granada Drive from RMATIO, which is multifamily apartment district with an island overlay, to RMATIO PUD, which is multifamily apartment district with an island overlay and a planned unit development. The purpose is to allow for the construction of 9 single-family townhomes. The applicant is DMPI Beach Investments, represented by LJA Engineering. The property is located on the south side of Granada Drive, west of Leeward Drive. The property fronts Granada Drive, which is designated as a local residential street. To the north of property zoned RMATIO and consists of single-family townhome developments. To the south is a canal, and south of the canal, or I should say across the canal, are property zoned RMATIO, and those properties are currently vacant. To the east and west of the subject property are property zoned RMATIO, and those properties are also vacant. The intended use is to allow for the construction of 9 single-family townhomes. The property is currently 0.861 acres in size, and it is platted. The subject property has remained undeveloped since annexation in 1981. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, and it is also compatible with the neighboring properties and with general characteristics of the surrounding area. The rezoning does not have a negative impact upon any of the surrounding neighborhoods. The subject property is suitable for the uses proposed in the planned unit development, as you'll see on the next page. This table before you sets the RMAT district standards of the UDC and the proposed PUD. And I'll go over just the changes. Minimum lot width from 50 feet, which is standard, to 26 feet. Minimum lot area from 5,000 square feet to 2,000 square feet. Minimum front setback from 20 feet to 10 feet. Minimum side yard 10 feet to 0 feet. Minimum rear yard from 5 feet to 0 feet. Sidewalks are required on both sides in the standard. In the proposed PUD, sidewalks are required only on one side of the street. The right-of-way width in the standard is 50 feet. The PUD proposes 30 feet. The pavement width of the street is 28 feet. The PUD proposes 27 feet. And the curb type, 2 feet, curb and gutter, the PUD proposes 1 foot curb and gutter. This is a layout of the master plan, the proposed master plan. And in general, there are only 3 on-street parking spaces as required by the TRC, and the entire area, which don't know why it doesn't work for me, but that entire T should be striped for no parking. "59 notices were mailed out within the 200-foot buffer, 5 outside of that buffer. 2 were returned in opposition, 0 were returned in favor. Planning Commission and staff recommends approval of the change to RMAT IOPUD multifamily apartment district with an island overlay and the plan unit development, and we stand by for any questions.
All right, we'll open it up to the public hearing, and is the applicant here? You in favor of this? Yes. You want to talk us out of it? Okay. Any other comments from the public? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Any comments from the council? Mr. Garza?
Mr. Raymond, you were saying that the street was, on the PUD request, was just 1 foot, I guess, narrower than.
From 28 to
27
27 is
right?
what they're requiring, right?
Did you pass this through, say, the fire department, make sure it
All
was no
PUDs
issues
are
with-
reviewed by the technical review committee, which the fire is a part of, and that was their recommendation. They approved it.
Okay.
The only thing they wanted was no parking in that T.
On the T port?
Right,
Okay.
exactly.
All right, great, thank you.
And the minimum passage of streets is 20 feet, so this well exceeds that.
Motion to approve?
All right, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion by the council? Ms. Huerta, you want to, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That was a regular majority vote, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, 28, item 19, zoning case number 0819-05, Tammy Johnson.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The request before you is to rezone property located at 3837 Herring Drive from RMH Manufactured Home District to RS6 Single Family 6 Residential District. The purpose is to allow the construction of one single-family home. The applicant is Tammy Johnson, represented by Brizzo Construction. This property is located along the east side of Herring Drive, north of Yorktown Boulevard, west of Laguna Shores Road. The property fronts upon Herring Drive, which is designated as a local residential street. To the north and south of the property are, to the north and south properties are zoned RMH manufactured home districts, and those properties consist of individual manufactured homes. To the east is the Laguna Shores Village RV Park, and that's zoned RV Recreational Vehicle District. To the west are properties also zoned RMH manufactured homes, and they consist of individual lots with manufactured homes. The intent is to allow for the construction of one single-family home. The lot is .29 acres in size, and it is platted. The construction project is funded through a grant from the Texas General Land Office as part of the recovery efforts to rebuild properties that were significantly damaged by Hurricane Harvey. The proposed home will be elevated 8 feet to meet all building and FEMA code requirements. The proposed rezoning to RS6 is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, and it is compatible with the neighboring properties and with the general character of the surrounding area. The rezoning does not have a negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood. While the subject property is located in an accident potential zone 2 of the air installation compatibility use zone, the ACUS, the proposed single-family home is a use replacement that will not increase density in this area. Planning Commission and staff recommends approval of RS6 Single Family 6 District, and we stand by for any questions.
Okay, is Tammy Johnson here, the applicant? Anybody from the public have any comment on agenda item 2819-1492? Seeing no public comment, we'll close the public hearing. Anybody on the council have a comment?
Motion to approve.
There's a motion and a second to approve item number 28. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, item 29 is ordinance accepting grants from the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation, the amount of $22,892.91.
Mayor, do you want to take the first readings as a group, or you want to do them?
We can do that. 29 through 36 is the first reading of these ordinances. And I guess Mr. McGill's he didn't stick around to get his property. Okay,
Yeah.
29, 30, 31. I
And
thought
also, number 42, Mayor, there's an addendum item that's
Huh?
also first reading.
Number 4, oh, it's part of 40?
Yes, well, we can add it in there.
All
if
right.
you like.
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to discuss number 36.
Item 36, all right. This is first reading, so we pull an item 36. Anybody have anything on 29 through 35 plus
40?
40? If not, entertain a motion on first reading agenda items 29 through 35, through 36, no, 35, plus number 40.
So move.
Is there a second? All right, all in favor, any public comment? All in favor say aye. Aye. Go back to item 36, I believe it is, Gil?
Yes.
Okay. Who's doing that? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. I'm joined by Brett Van Hazel, who I'm not sure all of you know. He's our Assistant Director over the Construction Management Division, Engineering, and of course you know Jamel and Kim. This item is to repair the playscape fall protection out at Bayshore Park, which has experienced some distress. It's due to the playscape holding water and causing rutting, particularly in the areas with the most foot traffic. Is where we have the most settlement and where it holds the most water, and you get kind of a spiraling downward situation on this. So the requirement was brought to us by Parks and Recreation to come up with a solution on this. The belief was there wasn't really any recourse to the original manufacturer, and we didn't want to go back with the way it was installed originally. This was not part of the original Fulton Coast-Con scope of work. This was procured separately. I believe that was off of the buy board. But in engaging our contractor, the design build contractor, we felt like the best solution for this was to come back with a concrete foundation and put in some appropriate drainage so we wouldn't have a repeat of this situation. So the item here is doing two things. We've got an ordinance that is appropriating the funds that was approved by Type A. Keith Selman approached Type A, and they agreed to amend their CIP to use Type A dollars for this, and we have our bond council opinion that this is an eligible use of those funds. And then the second item is approving the change order, because this is a change order that is above $100,000, has to come to City Council. It's above staff signature authority. Some of you might ask, okay, why are we still having this construction contract with Fulton? Because this thing has been over for a long time. And that's a true statement, and they requested that we keep that contract open. You may recall a couple of years ago there was an action by council to accept I think it was actually naming rights is the way they put it, but we accepted a donation for that pavilion. That Islander pavilion over there was actually a donation from Fulton Coast-Con to the university. It's installed on our property. We thought the cleanest way to do it, we did a $0 change order to their contract to add that pavilion to their scope of work. And they wanted to keep the contract open. I'm sure we can't do that indefinitely, but it is still open at this point for similar type of actions that might take place. So he's still thinking there might be some opportunities where they would make some donations, and it would be an amenity that would be installed on our property and shows like a donation to the university is the way these have come across. Anyway, that contract was still open. This seemed to be the easiest way to do it. It was a design-build contract, so this is to implement by change order design-build solution to that failure of the playscape. I stand ready for any questions.
Okay, can you explain what exactly happened and how, with what happened to the actual original base of the fall zone? Can you explain that, please? Because it seems like we're redoing something here.
We are redoing something. I can try. As I say, this was not part of the original construction. I did get a report that our contractor did some of the grading, but it was actually not part of their contract scope. But it was purchased from a vendor off of the buy board, is my understanding, with a purchase order. And I think the
Are you talking about the fall zone, or are you talking about the base?
The fall zone.
Okay,
it's the sub-base under the fall zone.
So I'm talking about the sub-base. I mean,
Correct.
we're talking the base is failing, right?
I would call this a sub-base failure, and it's just due to the fact that it's basically compacted soil underneath there, and then when this thing holds water and keeps the sub-base saturated.
Can I interrupt? It's the former Parks Director that authorized this is no longer with the city, and so he took the lead on doing this project. The issue is that the base, the foundation for the fall zone, the rubbery surface, was inappropriate. It was basically dirt. And so the fall zone, the rubbery surface just slowly started wearing away. What we needed is a concrete liner, and that's what this action is doing.
Right. So I guess my question is it how did we get to this point where we paid for something to go over this compacted dirt? I mean, how did we get to that? How did that happen? Is what I'm asking.
It happened by the former Parks Director, who's no longer here.
So
He
the former
authorized-
Parks Director controlled the project, and who did the base?
Yeah, well, it wasn't really part of the project per se. It was not part of the
Nobody did the
construction
base,
contract
that's the
scope.
problem.
Nobody did the base.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it was designed. I would say that this was not an appropriately designed solution. It should have been done the way we're proposing to do it now, where it has concrete base and has appropriate drainage, so that you don't have.
So we're paying for the fall zone twice, is what's happening.
Yeah,
that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why we need the right people and the right jobs to.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I wanted to make sure
That's
we
a good
understood
example
that.
of a waste of money, which we're trying to cut waste.
Correct. The second part of this is that I understand that we're keeping this contract open, and I'm not sure how long we're going to keep it open, but I think we're in danger of violating our own rules about how to go through purchasing process. And Kim, if you could give me some opinion here as to how long we can keep a contract open and continue to add change orders to it.
I think this one is, like Jeff described, is a little bit of an anomaly. I don't think it would normally be open at this time had it not been for those additional improvements that were done for the university. So I'm assuming that after this change order is done, then it would probably be going into a closeout phase.
Is that
we
the
can't
case?
close it out. We were keeping it open at the request of Fulton Coast Con, because they thought there might be some potentials for other things like that.
So can you confirm that if they're going to do some more pro bono work? I don't have a problem with that in terms of how this works. But if we're gonna pay for something, I think we should go through our normal process and allow for bidding for these types of projects. I mean, I understand for expediency and what you're trying to accomplish here to get this thing done, but I don't want to be accused of doing something, I don't want to say unethical, but incorrectly, and say that we're not allowing other people to bid on this type work. So if we're going to do pro bono stuff, I'm okay with that. Any future items that we're going to do where we actually pay for it or pay again for it, then we shouldn't be doing this.
I think everybody would agree.
We did this because it was the most expeditious way to.
Okay,
to do
but
this.
I don't expect to see another change order on this particular contract, right?
There shouldn't be. I mean, but the change order application is being used here because it's a safety issue.
Safety, yeah.
I get it.
So
I understand.
yeah.
I'm uncomfortable without going through that kind of bid process. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a motion? Do we need a motion?
No, we're comment.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you. Mr. Edmonds, so this is a rubberized base that we're doing?
What is out there is a rubberized base that's on soil. There might have been some crushed stone underneath, I'm not sure, but what it'll be now is rubberized base on concrete.
Is it connected to the seawall?
It's not connected to the seawall, it's within the bond council definition of one travel lane.
Does it provide any flood protection, storm protection, anything else?
No, I don't think it provides any flood protection. I've got an heattorney standing by if we want to hear the legal opinion.
Well, we've had this discussion. But I think at some point in time that the seawall fund, we're using it for other things that are way outside of the bounds of what the voters originally voted for. And yes, we've had the legal beagles say we can call a rubberized playground mat part of the seawall. But at some point in time, I would like us to put it out to the voters, since this is a voter-authorized thing. It's an 8 cent generating $7 to $8 million a year. We've got other needs out there, whether a portion of it or all of it. Personally, my 1 out of 9, I'd like to put it to the voters. Do you want to keep it in this fund that we're spending on playgrounds and sidewalks and this, or in another purpose like residential streets? But let the voters decide on it. We'll have an election coming up. So, thank you.
Mr. Barrera?
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, do we have a way of determining, I mean, when we negotiate that price, obviously it's change order. I mean, are we determining that it's at cost, Kim? I mean, Brett, do you have anything?
Let Brett take.
I mean, how do we know it's competitive? We obviously have to go through a system.
Yeah, so we did a review internally of the cost comparatively to other projects that we've got let out right now, and the feedback that we've received is that, and even from the Excerpt Play, which is the company I believe providing the rubberized base, is telling us that it's at cost for them, and in discussions with Fulton, they've even told us that they're coming in as low as possible because they're not trying to make money off of this effort. They're treating this as another one of their kind of donations. They want to help us out on this effort. So their costs are as low as possible from our standpoint, from our belief.
So they've added trees, they've added picnic benches, they've added obviously the pavilion.
They've done something with sand volleyball.
Yeah. In fact, they did the bleachers or the stairs. They upgraded the stairs because people had a hard enough time. I know that because I spent a lot of time out there, and I know it gets used, and that was the whole purpose. And I think also they improved some other things with regard to the dog park, and what is it? I think it was one time I think there was a problem with the dog fountain, and it's before your time, Jermel. I called. And I dealt with the bureaucracy of the city, and I told him about it, and 30 minutes later I got text a picture that it was working. So they've taken ownership for it. So I just want to make sure that, obviously they're vested in this and they want to make it happen. It's that we show them we appreciate all the work that they're doing on behalf of us, on our behalf, to try and make that place, because that's an example of an area where we've been able to put pretty much a relatively small investment. I guess it was been $5 million over the course of the last 4 or 5 years. And there's a ton of activity out there. People riding their bikes, right now, well, maybe not today, but last night, I'm sure you probably would have found people playing basketball out there still with the lighting. Food trucks that go out there on a regular basis, in addition to when there is a volleyball tournament. There's a ton of people out there. And when I get frustrated when they say, here earlier, when they say there's nothing for people to do, there's nothing out here, everything is, what is it why would you go back to that horrible place? Well, they just need to go to McGee Beach and the Water's Edge and this park, and they could see how active it is and how much our community enjoys it. So anyway, I'll get off my box. Thanks.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I move for approval.
Motion and second on approval, item number 36. All in favor, any more comment? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Briefing items 37, we pulled that one. 38, we've done that one. 39, we've done that one. Number 40, we've done that one. I think we've done them all. Seeing no more on the agenda, meeting adjourned.